Chapter 877. For the Feng family to be able to survive for thousands of years, other than strict family rules and noble family values, it was also due to their foresight. For example, Prime Minister Huangfu built the Golden Scale Pavilion in the previous dynasty. It was said to contain millions of books. Where did these millions of books come from? Other than the 30,000 books donated by Prime Minister Huangfu himself, the rest were donated by various aristocratic families. The Feng family had donated 100,000 books. Books were lifeless, but people were alive. It was precisely these 100,000 books that protected the Feng clan, allowing them to obtain another 200 years of prosperity. Compared to the other aristocratic families, the Feng family's style was different. If one were to compare those aristocratic families with armies to strong men with 8 packs, then the Feng family would be like a refined scholar with a tall hat and a wide belt. Not only did they look different, but their combat abilities were also on a different level. If it wasn't for the fact that they had so few troops, the Feng family wouldn't have had to hand it over to Jiangpingji for the sake of the safety of Shangyang County. Now, the Feng family was faced with the same choice. Lu Shi wants us to donate books. Feng Gue was a little angry. It wasn't that he was selfish and didn't want to donate books, but did Lu Shi have the right to do so? During the Xia dynasty, the Feng family was willing to donate 100,000 books in response to Prime Minister Huangfu's call. More importantly, it was for the long-term future of the family. 100,000 books in exchange for more than 200 years of prosperity for the Feng clan. This was a very good deal. The Xia dynasty had unified the Central Plains, but Lu Shi had only occupied half of Dongqing. Prime Minister Huangfu was extremely powerful and had power over the court. Compared to him, Lu Shi was nothing. If they donated the books to Lu Shi to enrich the Golden Scale Pavilion, what benefits would the Feng family get? Feng Gui's idea was exactly what Feng Ren had in mind. However, after his anger subsided, the sly old fox thought about it carefully and felt that this deal might work. Huai Zhang, in Dongqing, besides Lu Shi, who else can stop the disaster of the north borderline? Feng Gue was silent. After a while, he said, besides her, there is only Lu Shi. Feng Ren said, a few days ago, I received news that Lu Shi, that sly old fox, has chosen to retire. He has handed Chongzhou and Hu County over to Lu Shi. Feng Gue didn't say anything. The northern borderline has already matured. Although the horse plague has delayed it, it will probably recover in 3 to 5 years and send troops to Dongqing again. Look at the current situation. The royal family is struggling at death's door, and the other feudal vassals have their own armies and are independent. If the northern borderline took advantage of the situation and attacked, there would be internal chaos and external enemies. Who could stop the northern borderline iron cavalry? The Feng clan had been rooted in Shangyang County for generations. If the northern borderline invaded, the Feng clan would not be able to protect themselves. Unless the entire family migrated and fled to another place. Speaking to this point, there was a hint of desolation in his voice. Now, the world was in chaos and wars were happening everywhere. If they escaped from Shangyang County, where could they migrate to? In comparison, Lu Shi had managed Wanzhou in an orderly manner and had become a rare peaceful paradise for Dongqing. It was better for the Feng family to express goodwill to her and help her. Feng Gue understood the meaning behind his father's drawing and his expression changed. Father wants to help Lu Shi, that's not the case. Feng Ren didn't want to pick a side now. This was a decision that concerned the survival of the entire family. How could he make such a rash decision? Father, what do you mean by this? Feng Ren said, I'm just expressing my goodwill. Expressing goodwill didn't mean choosing a side. Strictly speaking, the Feng clan and Jiangpingji had common interests. The stronger Jiangpingji's power grew, the safer the Feng clan would be. Moreover, Feng Jin was Jiang Pingji's trusted confidant. With such a relationship, the two could be considered as natural allies. I want to bring the 10,000 books to Lu Shi first. Saying this, Feng Ren pointed at the set of beginner's textbooks. These books are very suitable for children to learn. His words seem simple, but they contain infinite logic. If we can implement them thoroughly, perhaps they can really open the minds of the people. The Feng clan wasn't without ambition, but their ambition was different from other clans. As a rare millennium-old aristocratic family, they only had one goal: to continue the family line. While the other aristocratic families were desperately gathering wealth, oppressing the people, and searching for treasures, the Feng clan adhered to their ancestral rules. They didn't fight or plunder, didn't touch military power, didn't make enemies everywhere, and didn't provoke resentment from the people by force or trickery. They wholeheartedly guarded the cultural wealth their ancestors had accumulated. Before the Xia dynasty was established, there was a chaotic era of 16 kingdoms that lasted for hundreds of years. How many prominent clans were destroyed at that time? Only the Feng clan of Xiangyang remained standing, even though Xiangyang County had changed hands several times. After all, the millennium-old aristocratic families and the new nouveau riche had different ideologies. Feng Ren said, "I'll go take a look. It'll be a pity to miss such a good opportunity." Not to mention other things, just the set of books in front of him was enough to push Qing Qing to the top ranks of famous scholars. Before this, how many people had heard of Qing Chang's name? The cake was only so big. No matter what, the Feng clan had to take a bite or two. If Lu Shi was the final winner, this investment was definitely the best choice Feng Ren had made in his life. At the same time, many famous scholars in Dongqing also received this set of beginners' textbooks. Some people scoffed, but when they saw the names on the title page, they also felt jealous. Some people were so shocked that they couldn't wait to sleep with these books every day. At the same time, they used their connections to inquire about Lu Shi and the others. The topic was highly discussed, and so was its popularity. The names of Qing Qing and the others often appeared in big and small gatherings of famous scholars. Overnight, they became famous all over the world. After the public opinion fermented for a while, another piece of heavy news came crashing down. Write books and become famous immediately. How many scholars dreamed of this? This was a shortcut for countless famous scholars to further promote their literary names. The ancient times were not the modern times, where one could publish a book by spending tens of thousands of dollars. If one wanted to publish a book in the ancient times, one could not afford it even if they had a lot of money. Jiang Pingji's popularity was already very high. Now that such a big piece of news was revealed, people yearned to go to Wanzhou. This was not the end. When the news of Wanzhou investing money to rebuild the Jinling Pavilion spread, many aristocratic families looked at it coldly. The poor children were so excited that they could not control themselves. Jiang Pingji knew that this move would attract many talents, but she never thought that she would catch such a big fish. It was no longer a river fish. It was clearly a whale. "Greetings, master." Hearing that there was an ancient person visiting, Jiang Pingji was stunned for a moment. She immediately asked someone to invite him to the main hall. Seeing the person, even someone as calm as Jiang Pingji could not help but be shocked. She came back to her senses and quickly bowed to the person. The hale and hearty Master Yuanjing smiled and helped her up. He said gently, "Times are different now. Magistrate Liu is too polite. A teacher for a day is a father for life. It is my duty for a student to bow to a master." Jiang Pingji quickly adjusted her emotions, but her heart was still in turmoil. She never thought that she could catch such a big fish like Master Yuanjing. Wasn't this person unintentionally involved in the fight for the dukes? Was he wholeheartedly focused on guarding the academy and educating people? Now that he appeared in front of her, how could she not be surprised? Surprise! Surprise! Chapter 878. It turned out that Jiang Pingji had good taste. Master Yuanjing didn't come to help her. He was just interested in the beginner's teaching materials. She wasn't surprised by the result. Master Yuanjing was a highly respected teacher in Dongqing. He had taught many students for decades and had accumulated a wealth of teaching experience. With him, the value of the beginner's teaching materials would reach another level. It would be accepted and recognized by more people. If she spread the news that Master Yuanjing was coming to Wanzhou, it would attract more students to gather in Wanzhou. However, Jiang Pingji had to suppress the tempting idea to avoid Master Yuanjing's dislike. He wasn't willing to intervene in the battle between the feudal lords, so she couldn't make a decision on her own. Master, you must be tired from the journey. I'll ask someone to help you settle down. After the small talk, Jiang Pingji saw that Master Yuanjing looked tired. She asked with concern, Master, you came from Langyi County. It's a long journey. Why didn't you bring more people to serve you? I don't care about those things. Why would I need so many people to serve me? Mr. Yuanjing smiled and said, if I were 10 years younger, I would be able to travel alone. Now that I'm old, I've become a burden. Needless to say, when Master Yuanjing was young, he was also a ruthless person who fought along the way. He might be amiable now, but when he was young, he killed a few bandits. As they were talking, there were unfamiliar footsteps approaching. Jiang Pingji looked in the direction of the sound and saw a slightly plump young man standing outside. Seeing Jiang Pingji look at him, the young man was stunned. He immediately bowed respectfully. Jiang Pingji smiled. Senior Zuda, long time no see. Why are we so distant? The young man's surname was Tang. His first name was Yao. His courtesy name was Zuda. He and Jiang Pingji had a bad relationship. Back in the day, they had a conflict at Jishan Hot Spring in Shangjing. Tang Yao stood up for two playboys who had offended Jiang Pingji. Of course, the conflict ended with Jiang Pingji's victory. Master Yuanjing even reprimanded Tang Yao. Later, Jiang Pingji went to Langyi to study. Tang Yao didn't like her. Although he didn't deliberately cause trouble, he always treated her coldly. Jiang Pingji realized that he meant no harm, so she did not take it to heart. In Jiang Pingji's memory, Tang Yao was a young man born in a gentry family. He was proud of his family background and bloodline, and he worked hard to protect this honor. From Tang Yao's point of view, Jiang Pingji was a weirdo in the circle of the gentry. Looking at it that way, it made sense that Tang Yao did not like Jiang Pingji. Tang Yao stood outside, hesitating to enter. The expression on his face was slightly stiff, and he did not dare to make eye contact with Jiang Pingji. Master Yuanjing found it funny and called out, Zuda, come here. Tang Yao hesitated for a moment, but he did not dare to disobey his master's order. He walked steadily to Master Yuanjing's side and sat down. Master. Tang Yao bowed to Yuanjing, then turned to Jiang Pingji and said, Magistrate of Liuzhou. Jiang Pingji smiled. I haven't seen you for a few years. Senior Zuda has become more mature. After saying that, Tang Yao's expression slightly twitched, but he didn't dare to refute. Master Yuanjing smiled and said, Don't blame Zuda. He was shocked too. Surprised. It couldn't be. Was her face really that ugly? Master Yuanjing smiled and explained, A few months ago, I received news that Lanting is a girl. Zuda refused to believe it and insisted that it was slandered by others. Now that he saw Lanting in person, how could he not be shocked? Although she's a girl, she's still better than thousands of men. I see. In that case, it's my fault. Jiang Pingji recalled the 3 years she spent studying in Langyi County and could not help but laugh. There were probably many people who were as confused as Tang Yao. She studied in Langyi for 3 years. She thought she studied seriously, but in the eyes of others, she was still a model of ignorance and incompetence. There were even people who said she was a libertine who slept with prostitutes and secretly spread the rumor that she impregnated an unknown prostitute. Although it was a groundless rumor and there was no concrete evidence, it could be indirectly proved that Jiang Pingji's reputation in Langyi was not good. Even though Jiang Pingji had left Langyi, many places still spread her legend. When Jiang Pingji's identity was revealed, those people's faces were slapped swollen. Lu Shi was a girl. No matter how much she slept with prostitutes, it was impossible for her to impregnate someone. As for the rumor of heartless men abandoning good girls, it was even more unfounded. The few people who liked to smear her reputation kept quiet out of fear and closed their doors. Master Yuanjing said, "You have your own difficulties. How can I blame you?" If there were no difficulties, who would hide their true identity for more than 10 years? Jiang Pingji smiled noncommittally. To facilitate the academic exchange between Master Yuanjing and Qing, Jiang Pingji moved Master Yuanjing's residence near the latter. Just as Jiang Pingji had guessed, Master Yuanjing did not get involved in the government affairs of Wanzhou. Tang Yao, who was by Master Yuanjing's side, also behaved himself. He accompanied Master Yuanjing to visit Qing every day. As soon as the two academic education maniacs met, it was as if the heavens had struck and the earth was on fire. The scene of the collision of ideas was like sparks and lightning. Every time the two of them talked excitedly, they would always forget to eat and sleep, as if they regretted not meeting each other earlier. Jiang Pingji gave a set of 21 beginner teaching materials, but in Master Yuanjing's eyes, something was still missing. Qing respected the big shot in the educational world. If Master Yuanjing said something was missing, there must be something missing. However, the two discussed for a few days, but they could not grasp the inspiration. Until Jiang Pingji visited them by chance. She heard Master Yuanjing and Qing's doubts and said carefully, "The 6 skills of a gentleman are divided into rites, music, strategy, mathematics, calligraphy, and archery. The soldiers in the military camp are divided into different categories, such as infantry, cavalry, archers, and crossbowmen. So on and so forth. The beginner teaching materials naturally have to be carefully classified to differentiate the difficulty from easy to difficult. If all the content is mixed up and taught to the students at the same time, it will be too complicated. Secondly, even the teachers can't distinguish which students are good at. If they can't even distinguish this, how can they teach in accordance with their aptitude?" Master Yuanjing and Qing were suddenly enlightened. They seemed to have broken through a bottleneck. Countless inspirations burst forth in their minds. The two of them gathered together and got busy again. They were so engrossed in it that they forgot everything else. They directly put Jiang Pingji aside. Jiang Pingji was speechless. Seeing the strange glint in their eyes, she secretly broke into a cold sweat for the students who would use the teaching materials in the future. No one paid attention to Jiang Pingji. She stayed for a while and was ready to leave. Tang Yao stood up to send her off. Tang Yao deliberately lagged behind and followed behind Jiang Pingji. Before entering the door, Tang Yao said, "Magistrate Liu, I have a question." Jiang Pingji stopped and looked at Tang Yao. "Senior brother Zuda, please ask away." Chapter 879. The audience in the streaming room had a good impression of Tang Yao. Seeing that he kept avoiding Jiang Pingji's gaze, they thought the young man had a crush on their cool streamer. Half a minute ago, they were still optimistic and mistakenly thought that Tang Yao wanted to confess. But, after hearing Tang Yao's words, many of them were furious. "Tang Yao, I'm so angry. Who does this kid think he is? Mo Ling Yin, how dare he say that the little angel by the Lord's side is a humble person? Believe it or not, a bunch of red bean buns will teach him a lesson. Li Jia Macho, I feel that this kid is too naive. No one's wealth comes out of nowhere. He can wear silk and satin and have the right to talk to the streamer face to face. Isn't it because he was born into a good family and has a good ancestor? Raw blueberry juice, is this the legendary difference in family status? To be honest, it's a little annoying. Tens of thousands of years ago, whose ancestors weren't monkeys climbing trees? A few hundred years ago, whose ancestors weren't farmers facing the yellow soil with their backs to the sky? If you have the ability to be proud of having a good ancestor here, why don't you work hard so that your descendants can boast about their ancestors? Su Huan City, everyone understands this, but the ancients didn't listen to this. Otherwise, why would there be hierarchy? The audience in the streaming room discussed, and Jiang Pingji's face darkened. She asked, why should I be ridiculed? Tang Yao's lips moved. Looking at Jiang Pingji's bright eyes, he momentarily forgot how to speak. When he realized what he had said, Jiang Pingji's face darkened. Tang Yao said, how can the governor be so lowly? Look at the people under your rule. One is a sinner who has been branded, one is the son of a prostitute, one is a mixed blood, and the rest are uncivilized, courageous, and unwise boors. Since it's a great matter to help the world, why do you need to work with such lowly and immoral people? If this matter is spread, the scholars of the world will naturally be ashamed. Jiang Pingji snorted coldly after hearing that. Tang Yao felt a slight chill on his back. He subconsciously took a small step back. An indescribable chill spread from the soles of his feet to his brain. Jiang Pingji sneered. Oh. But I don't think it's worth laughing at. On the contrary, it's you who said it that's hilarious. Tang Yao's face paled as if someone had nailed him to the spot. Master Yuanjing knew about Tang Yao's problem. He tried to correct it, but it was not very effective. This time, he had brought him here to broaden his horizons, so that he would not be a frog at the bottom of a well. Tang Yao's family background wasn't as high as Feng Jin's, but he wasn't weak either. He grew up with a silver spoon in his mouth, and the people around him instilled in him the idea that his family's bloodline was noble, and that the aristocratic families were born to be superior to the poor. He slowly accepted this kind of brainwashing, and he felt that people from poor families were insignificant and without virtue, and that he shouldn't associate with them. It was because of his admiration for Yuan Jing that he became a disciple of the Langyi Academy. This was the first time his outlook on life was impacted. Master Yuan Jing paid particular attention to education without discrimination. He always insisted on teaching students in accordance with their aptitude. Therefore, his students had different backgrounds. Tang Yao never interacted with students who weren't part of the landowning households. It seemed very rude, but this kind of behavior was normal among landowning households. Tang Yao was furious. He originally wanted to befriend Jiang Pingji, but he didn't expect her to hang out with people from all walks of life. It was fine that she didn't want to learn, and she slept with other women, but she had the bad habits of eating, drinking, and gambling. She behaved rudely, and she didn't have the slightest moral integrity that a landowning household should have. Jiang Pingji looked at Tang Yao coldly. The sinner you mentioned, his birth mother was killed by a domineering country gentleman. As his son, how can he be indifferent? When an ordinary man is angry, blood can be spilled. Is it wrong for Xiaoyu to stand up for his mother? Tang Yao was speechless. His birth mother was killed, and as a son, he was indifferent. Wasn't that extremely unfilial? An unfilial person was an animal. As for the son of a prostitute, if it weren't for such an unfilial and unfaithful animal, would the women in the brothel still have feelings for him and get pregnant? The mistakes of parents don't implicate children. You said that Wenjing was a mixed blood, but in the end, wasn't it because the nobles of Dongqing were cowardly and incompetent, so their land was invaded by foreign clans, and their people were humiliated? If it was a humiliation, shouldn't those nobles, who held their positions without doing any work, commit suicide to apologize? Tang Zuda, I can still listen if you criticize them based on their talents. Using such an excuse to attack others is really the behavior of a despicable person. Tang Yao stood rooted to the ground after being scolded by Jiang Pingji. His ears were ringing. He wanted to refute, but the words were at the tip of his tongue, but he couldn't say them. Jiang Pingji continued, "You said that the generals under me are all uncivilized, brave but not astute. That's a big mistake. If it weren't for them fighting in the north and south to quell the calamity of the Tsing-Yi army and the Red Lotus group, Wanzhou today would just be purgatory on earth." Tang Zuda, have you ever seen the tragic sight of white bones exposed in the wild and no rooster crowing for 1,000 miles? I don't want to hit you, but with your body, I'm afraid you can't even withstand one of my fingers. In conclusion, Tang Yao, who was neither good at literature nor martial arts, had no right to criticize her little princesses. Jiang Pingji added one last stab. The old people often say, when you drink water, don't forget the person who dug the well. The grains you eat, the clothes you wear, every grain, every stitch and thread, what do you get from your own labor? These are all the hard work of ordinary people. From the beginning to the end, have you ever put in any effort? Have you ever shed a drop of sweat? In that case, are you considered an ungrateful person? After saying that, Jiang Pingji snorted coldly, turned around, and left, leaving Tang Yao rooted to the ground. Tang Yao followed Master Yuanjing and left Langyi. As they hurried along, they traveled and studied. He, who lived in an ivory tower, finally saw the cruel scene outside the ivory tower. The wild wolves and firedogs were so hungry that they were emaciated. In order to find food, they had no choice but to search for human bones on the ground to satisfy their hunger. The damaged white corpses were half covered and half exposed in the wilderness. In a trance, they seemed to be able to hear the mournful sobs of lonely souls. The refugees on the road had lost their humanity under the oppression of life. They could do all kinds of inhumane things. Such a miserable scene caused people to panic in their hearts. After entering the territory of Wanzhou, it turned out to be another paradise on earth. After asking carefully, Tang Yao discovered that the people had put those humble people on a pedestal. Some people even set up longevity tablets for them in their homes. Feng Jin, Wei Xiai, Feng Zhen, and the others were all from gentry families. How could the others deserve it? That was why Tang Yao was so conflicted when he saw Jiang Pingji. What he saw and heard were in a fierce struggle with his own thoughts. The two sides were in a deadlock. Tang Yao suddenly had an impulse to try to find an answer from Jiang Pingji. Unsurprisingly, he was severely criticized by her. Tang Yao returned to the house in a daze. Master Yuanjing and Qing Qing were chatting and laughing. "Zuda, how is it?" Tang Yao pursed his lips and did not say a word. Although the master was always nagging, he was sure that the other party definitely knew what had happened. Master Yuanjing sighed and said, If there's anything you don't understand, just watch, listen, and think. Why bother to provoke her?" Chapter 880. Tang Yao still had no reaction. He looked at the dejected Lu Shi, like a defeated rooster. He had lost all his vigor. Cheng Cheng's gaze shifted between the two of them, as if he was curious about what the teacher and student were up to. After a few breaths, Tang Yao said dejectedly, "I meant well." Although the boy's words were harsh, Tang Yao didn't mean any harm. Jiang Pingji had either been fighting or preparing for war all these years. She didn't attend gatherings between the gentry, so she didn't know what others thought of her. Tang Yao was different. He kept in close contact with the gentry, so he was well informed about all kinds of gossip. Lu Shi was the legitimate son of the Lu family in Hejin. No, the legitimate daughter. She had a rather noble background, but she didn't want to improve herself. She spent all her time with a group of lowly and immoral people. Tang Yao often heard people talking about her behind her back. Everyone said they were ashamed to be associated with her. Based on Tang Yao's worldview and standpoint, there was nothing wrong with those words. The noble families and the commoners were originally people of two different worlds. Yuan Jing said, "That person's honey is my frost." Tang Yao said, but his lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he swallowed the words that were hovering on the tip of his tongue. Tang Yao was confused. Had Lu Shi not discovered the crux of the problem? What crux? Why were there so few people seeking refuge with her? In terms of fame, fortune, birth, and prestige, her overall conditions weren't worse than others. Even though she was a woman, Dongqing wasn't Zhongzhao. She hadn't suffered too much from the 4 self-accomplishment classics for women. Not to mention that she was the official governor of a province. She was in the limelight during the alliance meeting. With such good conditions, why were there so few gentry families willing to seek refuge with her? On the surface, it seemed that Lu Shi was in his prime. Seeking refuge with Lu Shi was more promising than seeking refuge with her. In fact, there was another, deeper reason hidden within. How many of the people around Jiangpingji were from proper aristocratic families? The civil officials were divided equally. Feng Jin, Wei Xiai, and Feng Zhen were from gentry families. But other than Feng Jin, the other two's families had fallen. As for the generals, the situation was even worse. Except for Luo Yue, who was somewhat promising, the others were all wiped out. Therefore, in terms of power structure, 80% of Wanzhou was made up of people from poor backgrounds. In the eyes of those proud and arrogant landowning households, this was just a group that couldn't be shown in public. Those aristocratic families who valued bloodlines and insisted on family status were not even willing to share the same room with people of humble origins. To put it bluntly, they would feel disgusted even if they breathed the same air, not to mention working under a lord and being suppressed by someone of humble origins. How could they tolerate this? This was absolutely intolerable. Not every landowning household was as noble as the Feng family and had a clear understanding of themselves and the general trend of the world. This was also the reason why the Feng clan had been able to survive for 1,000 years. In contrast, the other aristocratic families had been beaten to death on the beach one after another. Tang Yao said that Su Ku was a sinner who had been branded, Qiguan Rang was the son of a prostitute, and Yang Si was a mixed-blood bastard. This just happened to reflect the position of power in Wanzhou in the eyes of the aristocrats. A lowly birth was an original sin. How could a lowly and immoral person be associated with them? As for those reckless martial artists who lacked literary virtue and could not be educated, they were even more despised. Dongqing had always valued literature and restrained martial arts. Coupled with their poor birth, the group of martial artists in Wanzhou was naturally looked down upon and despised. Of course, there was no lack of clear-headed and noble people among the aristocrats, but they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. Tang Yao was scolded by Jiangpingji, and he felt very wronged. In his opinion, he was persuading her out of goodwill to get closer to the aristocrats and not to lower her status by mingling with a group of humble people. Master Yuanjing sighed. Tang Yao was a very filial and good student who respected his teachers, but he also had the bad habits of the aristocrats. As a smart person, how could he not see through Jiangpingji's plan? To him, whether it was the aristocrats or the poor, those who were useful were people, and those who were useless were just trash. In times of prosperity, the aristocrats could cover the sky with one hand. In times of chaos, etiquette collapsed. Whoever had the bigger fist was the boss, who cared if you were an aristocrat or a poor family. Seeing that Tang Yao's head was still hanging, Yuanjing said, Lanting is a smart person. How could she not know her own situation? Tang Yao was even more confused when he said that. If Jiang Pingji was really clear about her situation, she should have made better use of her advantages and contacted the aristocrats. But now, the aristocrats had developed a prejudice against her, and none of them were willing to join her. Master Yuanjing said, Zuda, you don't have to worry too much. The situation will improve in at most 5 years. It was not completely chaotic yet, and the aristocrats were still immersed in the dream of controlling everything. When the north borderline was destroyed, you don't care about me now, and you won't be able to reach me in the future. Ching Ching heard that and glanced at Master Yuanjing from the corner of his eyes. Ching Ching and Jiang Pingji were like teachers and friends. He vaguely knew about the latter's plan. He did not expect the teacher in Langia County to be able to see through everything so keenly. Master Yuanjing said to Tang Yao, Zuda, come here and help me organize. Instead of letting the student go out and offend people, it was better to keep him by his side and help him compile the teaching materials to avoid getting into trouble. Putting aside Tang Yao's other qualities, at least his talent was worthy of recognition. Little did he know that Master Yuanjing's decision allowed Tang Yao to avoid a fatal crisis. Tang Yao and Jiang Pingji's conversation did not go unnoticed. The content of the conversation spread out and soon reached the ears of a few people involved. Su Ke's expression was cold. Qiguan Rang sneered when he heard that. Yang Si snorted and went straight to the door. As mentioned earlier, Yang Si's teacher was Master Yuanjing. If one were to get to the bottom of it, he and Tang Yao could be considered brothers of the same master. In his early years, Master Yuanjing traveled abroad to train himself and pick up good seedlings from his family. Yang Si, who was still a baby, was abandoned by his mother behind the door of a cheap hostel near the brothel. The place was remote and cold. When he was about to cry his last breath, Master Yuanjing happened to be practicing his sword in the backyard of the hostel. He heard the noise and picked up the baby. Master Yuanjing knew the child's background, so he did not deliberately look for the child's mother. Instead, he found a farmer nearby to raise the child. Otherwise, with Yang Si's status, how could he learn to read and write? Yang Si did not come to beat him up, and he did not introduce himself as soon as they met. Instead, he called himself Master Yuanjing's student. Tang Yao did not know his background, so he was foolishly tricked by Yang Si to learn from each other. After a round of competition, Tang Yao lost more than he won. May I know where you are from, senior? Tang Yao asked in hindsight. His attitude was sincere and humble. Yang Si smiled insincerely and said, I'm from Dingjun in Qinzhou. Tang Yao's heart skipped a beat when he heard the address. He had a vague bad feeling. As expected, Yang Si stood up and flicked his sleeves. He looked humble, but he was actually mocking the other party. He's just the son of a prostitute. He's just a lowly and immoral person. How is he qualified to be called by you? Chapter 881. Yang Si seemed calm, but in fact, he was a hot-tempered person who refused to suffer losses. Wei Ci owed him 1 copper coin worth of buns, and Yang Si could also remember it well. With the compound interest, it turned into several strings of cash. He even dared to trick his best friend, let alone a brat who spoke rudely to him. If it were not for Master Yuanjing and the Lord, Yang Si would definitely not let it go so easily. By the time Wei Ci heard about Tang Yao's incident, the weather had already turned completely cold. He carefully recalled and could not help but sigh. Yang Si and Tang Yao were destined to be enemies. In his previous life, both Yang Si and Tang Yao served under Huang Song. At that time, the world was already in chaos, and the five kingdoms were no more. The wars between the feudal vassals became more and more intense, and the aristocratic families all took sides. Tang Yao, who had a deep prejudice against the poor, had no choice but to become an official for the sake of his family's grand plan. He chose Huang Song, who was one of the most powerful people at that time. As soon as Tang Yao arrived at Huang Song's camp, he was put in an important position and made contributions twice. He was born into a landowning household. With his addition, the landowning household under Huang Song's banner suddenly grew in power. As the lord, Huang Song did not mediate in time, inadvertently exacerbating the conflict between the two forces. The two factions fought openly and covertly, and the battle situation became more and more intense. During one of the celebratory banquets, Huang Song shared some fine wine with everyone. Tang Yao was so happy that he couldn't help but drink too much. In public, not only did he point at the mulberry tree and scold the locust tree, he even quoted classics to ridicule him as the son of a prostitute, causing Yang Si to be put on the spot. After this incident, the two of them became sworn enemies, and they were as incompatible as fire and water. At that time, the emperor had already gotten rid of the Su family and launched a sneak attack on Anshui, who had a weak military force. The conflict between her and Huang Song had been made public. After the two sides rested and reorganized, they tacitly gathered their forces and prepared for a battle to the death. The frontal battlefield was in a stalemate, so His Majesty placed the breakthrough point of the battle on the weaker flank. Coincidentally, Yang Si and Tang Yao were arranged to be together. His Majesty took advantage of Yang Si's gluttony and deliberately sent people to contact Yang Si, and deliberately let Tang Yao see it. Everyone in Huang Song's faction knew that Yang Si was a picky eater. There were very few foods that could be approved by his picky tongue. At first, Huang Song scoffed at this. This kind of lowly method of sowing discord was completely ineffective. It was fine if it happened once or twice, and Yang Si had personally explained it to Huang Song, but what if it happened more often? Many a little makes a mickle. The snowball of suspicion was getting bigger and bigger. Coupled with Tang Yao's provocation, Yang Si's situation was worrying. Even though Yang Si righteously rejected the sugar-coated bullet later, Huang Song's suspicion of him had already taken root. After that, His Majesty took the counselor's advice and played a hat trick. He successfully killed some of Huang Song's elites and asked the best calligrapher to imitate Yang Si's handwriting to write a specious letter to the enemy. Then, he deliberately exposed the flaws to Tang Yao. Since Tang Yao had obtained the evidence, he naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity easily. On the other hand, His Majesty had sent an undercover agent to secretly leak information to Yang Si, telling him to escape as soon as possible. After a whole set of punches, there was no place for Yang Si to hide under Huang Song's tent. His Majesty tricked Yang Si and weakened the flank defense line in disguise. Using this as a breakthrough, he fought bravely. Because of these experiences, Wei Si's heart ached for Yang Si. It wasn't a big problem to have a little bit of a hobby, but unfortunately, he met a black-hearted opponent and a pig-like teammate. After Huang Song was defeated, Yang Si still held a grudge and returned all the humiliation he had suffered in the past to Tang Yao. Tang Yao couldn't bear the humiliation and committed suicide by hitting the wall. In this life. Looking at the situation, although the two of them had conflicts, their feud wasn't too deep. At least, it wasn't to the point where they would fight to the death. Considering their relationship with Master Yuanjing, they probably wouldn't completely kill him, right? Wei Si's guess was right. The two of them would indeed not have a death feud. However, Tang Yao had also offended Su Ku and Qiguan Rang. Su Ku had a good temper and didn't care, but Qiguan Rang's resentment was no less than Yang Si's. Fortunately, Master Yuanjing had already decided to keep Tang Yao by his side and write the book seriously. He would make full use of Tang Yao's strengths and avoid competing with Qiguan Rang and the others on the same stage. In this way, there wouldn't be many opportunities for them to have conflicts, and they wouldn't fight to the death. This year was the second year of the farming system. God was especially kind, and there was abundant rain, so Wanzhou welcomed a rare bumper harvest. According to the rules of the farming system, the state government could receive 30 to 40% of the food. Even so, the amount of food left in the hands of the people was more than twice as much as before. The taxes collected by the state government filled the warehouse to the brim. According to Su Ke's calculations, it was enough to support Wanzhou's expenses for 3 years. When Jiang Pingji received the news, she had already taken Qiguan Rang and the others to Chongzhou. Yang Si went to Hu County according to the original plan. Feng Jin and Su Ke stayed in Wanzhou to look after the house. Of course, looking after the house in a place like Wanzhou wasn't an easy job. Feng Jin looked at the blueprint of the golden scale pavilion that his lord had left behind. He was so angry that his vision turned black. He deeply regretted making such a bad friend. Apart from the huge project of the golden scale pavilion, he and Su Ke had to receive famous scholars and big shots from all over Dongqing. When the golden scale pavilion was completed, it was estimated that they would welcome a large number of scholars from poor families. Just thinking about the huge workload, even a gentleman like Feng Jin wanted to curse and strangle his lord to death. Because of this deceitful lord, he and Jing Xian didn't dare to ask for the second treasure. Doesn't your conscience hurt? A proper and elegant gentleman was now forced by Jiang Pingji to the point that he was about to become an iron-eating beast. Master, master. An attendant called out to him outside the door. What's the matter? Feng Jin's sword-like eyebrows were furrowed. The old master is here. He's outside the house now. The old master. Feng Jin had stayed up for too long. He was still feeling lightheaded. He didn't react when he heard the way he was addressed. Wait, Feng Jin shuddered and woke up in an instant. Why is father here? Wasn't the old master referring to his father? Feng Jin hurriedly put on his wooden clogs and hurriedly went to the door to welcome his father, Feng Ren. The attendant at the side secretly complained, but he didn't dare to stop Feng Jin. He could only accept his fate and follow. The travel-worn Feng Ren saw his second son's untidy clothes and untidy hair. His expression was a little strange. Feng Jin was speechless. Feng Ren received the beginner's teaching materials earlier than Master Yuanjing, but he arrived in Wanzhou nearly a month later than him. It wasn't that he deliberately delayed the time. It was entirely because it took time to organize 10,000 books. Moreover, they were all made of bamboo slips. They were packed in dozens of carriages. Not only did they move slowly, but they also encountered bad weather for a few days. In order to prevent the slips from getting damp, they had to find a village to rest for the time being. After some delay, how could his walking speed compare to Master Yuanjing's group, who had a light carriage? Your clothes are untidy and you don't care about your appearance. How dare you appear in public like this? What a scandal! Feng Ren frowned. His second son had always been steady. He didn't expect that after Feng Jin got married and became a father, he became more and more degenerate. Feng Jin was speechless. Chapter 882. Before late autumn, Jiang Pingji successfully arrived at the Chongzhou capital with more than 10,000 troops and horses and the little princess's resentment buff. Chongzhou was more northerly than Wanzhou, and the omen of winter could already be felt. When Feng Zhen and Qiguan Rang each held on to their fur cloaks and refused to let go, Jiang Pingji was still graceful. Jingtu, is there anyone in front to receive us? Jiang Pingji called out to Fu Wang, who was leading the troops from a distance. Fu Wang led the troops to clear the way. His burly and strong body rode on a tall horse. He was born with a dignified aura. However, such an extraordinary and valiant man had now furrowed his brows into a knot. Just by looking at his face, outsiders could tell that he had a lot on his mind. Hearing his lord's call from behind, Fu Wang's heart overflowed with anxiety. Jiang Pingji knew what he was anxious about. Fu Wang seemed to miss Hui Jun very much. He often sent her all kinds of things through the hands of others. Sometimes it was rouge and face powder that women liked, sometimes it was brightly colored silk satin, sometimes it was just 1 or 2 bunches of ordinary wild flowers. Occasionally, he even copied some interesting words for her. If he received something good, he would not forget to send it to her. However, no matter how Fu Wang tried to be friendly, Hui Jun avoided meeting him. What a joke! How could she let him see her appearance? Counting from the end of April, she was almost 5 months pregnant. She could not use the excuse of getting fat to coax a child to fool Fu Wang. Instead of being caught red-handed by him, it was better to continue hiding and wait until she gave birth to the child. Unfortunately, man proposes, God disposes. The weather was nice that day. Hui Jun was pregnant and prepared to carry books to the courtyard to read in detail to recharge herself. She did not want to be a burden to her Lang Jun. After the child was born, she still had to find a way to make a living and support her mother and son. Jiang Pingji knew her plan. She turned around and got Hui Jun a precious teaching material on arithmetic. I forgot to mention that ever since Jiang Pingji suggested the division of subjects, Qing Qing and Master Yuanjing forgot to eat and sleep. They referred to the formula of arithmetic that Jiang Pingji gave them and searched for ancient books on related subjects. They came up with a rough teaching material on basic arithmetic. If Hui Jun learned well, he could arrange for her to learn from Su Ku after she gave birth and learn how to manage the household affairs. Just as she was charging, she realized that a large patch of dark clouds had descended on her head. When she looked up, a tall and burly general stood in front of her, blocking the sun above her head. The other party's tiger eyes stared at her lower abdomen in confusion. His whole body froze on the spot, motionless, as if someone had pressed the pause button. At that moment, Hui Jun was so shocked that her soul almost left her body. This face, she was not dead. Hui Jun was so frightened that she did not even bother to put on her wooden clogs. She got up and pushed Fu Wang away, running barefoot into the house. Fu Wang, Hui Jun was not as tall as Fu Wang. Not only were her legs shorter, but she also had to take care of the child in her belly, so she did not dare to run too fast. Before she could take 2 steps, Fu Wang grabbed her by the collar and pulled her back. Mine. Fu Wang stared at her stomach and raised his eyebrows. Hui Jun did not say a word. Fu Wang picked her up and placed her in the corridor. He then picked up her wooden clogs. Forget it, it's yours anyway. Fu Wang had been in Wanzhou for some time. Although Jiang Pingji had long concealed Hui Jun's identity, if Fu Wang was determined to investigate, he would more or less find out something. Moreover, when Fu Wang met Hui Jun, she was still the Empress of the Dongqing Emperor. I'm going to Chongzhou with the Lord to prepare for the war. I'm afraid I won't be back for a few years, so I wanted to come and see you. He did not expect her to give him such a big surprise. He was almost scared out of his wits. Hui Jun did not speak. She only used her right hand to cover her stomach and her left hand to tightly grasp the teaching materials that Jiang Pingji had given her. I've asked the Lord. You're unmarried now. The Dongqing Emperor was completely dead, and the 4th prince, Wuma Jun, was only left with a skeleton. Hui Jun should be considered a widow now. Since she was a widow, she was unmarried. After a while, Fu Wang tried to reach out to touch Hui Jun's stomach. She was so scared that her whole body tensed up. When I come back, I'll teach him martial arts and reading. I won't let you work too hard. If you run into any trouble, take this to my former deputy general. He's stationed here now. If he sees this thing, he'll definitely help you if he can. Hui Jun looked at Fu Wang with a strange expression. He was not even sure who the child in her stomach belonged to. How dare he say that? Fu Wang was talking to himself. Hui Jun said with slight awkwardness, Fu. General Fu, what do you mean? You've accepted all the things I've given you over the past few months. After hearing that, Hui Jun almost could not react. She thought that Fu Wang's first reaction when he saw her was to take something and chop her into pieces to vent his anger. At Jiamen Pass, if she had not purposely set a trap for Fu Wang, even if he had lost, he would not have lost so badly. She did not think that this man was really interested in her. Fu Wang passed the token that he always carried with him to her hand. He said a few words in a hurry, then climbed over the wall and left. Hui Jun was speechless. She was wondering how Fu Wang, this uncouth man, could sneak in without a sound. Did he climb over the wall? Thinking of this, Hui Jun could not help but frown. Lecher, you actually think that the Lord's backyard is your home? Fu Wang liked Hui Jun. Knowing that she was pregnant, he changed the things he usually gave her to good medicinal herbs that were gentle and nourishing. As for whose child Hui Jun was, he did not think much about it. Tsang Prefecture was located in the north, and part of it was bordered by the mutated tribe. The mutated tribe was fierce and often killed people. The border was in constant chaos, causing women to lose their husbands and children to lose their fathers. After many women lost their husbands, they would still bring their ex-husband's child to marry their current husband. The current husband was also generous to his stepson, and most of them treated him like his own. This was because no one knew when something would happen to them. Raising their stepson seriously was no different from raising their own son. Fu Wang had been raised by a pack of wolves, and his adoptive father, Fu Yang, had brought him along. He had lived in such a tough environment for more than 10 years. Under the influence of what he saw and heard, Fu Wang did not feel too conflicted. As long as Hui Jun was his, then Hui Jun's child would also be his. He was currently preoccupied because when he left, he had sneaked a look at Hui Jun and found that her belly had grown a lot bigger. Fu Wang had once seen a woman give birth, and that had been a psychological scar for the rest of his life. There was a peasant family at the border. The husband had recently passed away, and the wife, who was more than 9 months pregnant, could only manage the household and bear the heavy burden of field work. Unexpectedly, she was too tired, and her amniotic fluid broke, and she was about to give birth on the spot. At that time, Fu Wang was still living with the wolf pack. Because it was autumn, it was not easy to find food, so he could only leave the wolf pack's territory and search for prey further away. Coincidentally, he met the woman lying in the field, her legs wide open. A baby's head with fetal hair was slowly coming out of her womb. The young Fu Wang was so scared that he was sweating all over. Chapter 883. Knowing that Jiang Pingji had arrived, Lu Shi had already sent people to meet them. Fu Wang rode forward and found that there were many people to meet them. He glanced around and saw that the young man in front was dressed in brocade clothes. His face was somewhat similar to his lord's. Fu Wang knew that his lord had a younger brother. Seeing the young man's appearance, he could roughly guess his identity. He stepped forward and asked. The young man smiled and introduced himself, confirming Fu Wang's guess. The young man's figure was on the thin side, and his appearance was delicate and elegant. He was dressed in exquisite, luxurious clothes, and his head was covered with a glossy fur coat. Just by standing there, outsiders could tell at a glance that he was an ignorant young master of a wealthy family. He was a naive child who was ignorant of worldly affairs, like a completely harmless kitten. Seeing the young man's outfit, Fu Wang labeled him in his heart, a weak rookie. After all, he was the Lord's younger brother. Fu Wang got off the horse and bowed to him. I heard that my sister is here. Can you take me to see her? The young man quickly helped Fu Wang up. His smile was pure and clean, just like the pure white snow on the mountain peak. It made people unwary. Fu Wang had never heard that his lord was close to her younger brother, but he had never heard any bad rumors either. Seeing that the young man was so excited and eager, Fu Wang's cold expression softened slightly. He stood up straight. His tall and burly body made the young man feel inferior. Of course. Fu Wang got on the horse again. The young man also asked his servants to bring his mount over. His movements were clumsy, and he climbed up the horse with some difficulty. Because of the waste of time, the young man smiled at Fu Wang a little embarrassedly after he sat down. General, please lead the way lest my sister gets anxious. Fu Wang didn't comment. He led the young man to see Jiang Pingji. The young man sat on the back of the horse. He held the reins with one hand and clumsily pressed his hair scarf with the other. He used his arm to block the whistling autumn wind. Seeing that, Fu Wang could not help but label the young man as a good-looking but useless vase. He was a man, but he was so rusty in horsemanship. It was really embarrassing. Fu Wang silently led the way and brought the young man to Jiang Pingji. When the young man slowly appeared in the camera range of the streaming room on a tall horse, the audience was already screaming. Xiahou Zishuan, oh my god, I just saw my first love. Lian Mianzi, how shameless. That's my baby's fiancé. Which little b** tch wants to snatch him from my baby? Nongfu Shangquan Yudiangshuan, don't you think that this young man looks a bit like the streamer? I remember that when the host was studying in Langyi, he was also dressed like a rich young man, and it was even more similar when he was riding a horse. However, their auras and mental appearances were different. The host was even more spirited. This little brother was like a rich young master who had walked out of a painting. Liu Siji Lianming, they do look alike. Are they relatives of the host? That might not be the case. After all, it was an ancient clan society, and there were quite a lot of relatives. Speaking of which, I quite missed the way the host dressed as a man. This way, I could at least be comforted. The other party was a cute girl with a penis, and I could even dream of marrying her. Now that he had changed into women's clothing. Sigh, it was a long story. Cafeteria Daffin Auntie, I've been following the live stream for so many years, but I never expected you to be such a beast in human form. The live broadcast room was still a sea of red bullet screens. Occasionally, a few pitiful blue bullet screens floated by, but they were instantly drowned by the sea of red. Due to the huge changes in the live broadcast room, the former hardcore fans were cleared out, and now the audience was much more obedient. Jiang Pingji could occasionally see a few blue bullet screens with normal content. Xingyi Yixing, someone told me that the host of this live stream has changed, but I didn't believe it. After coming here out of admiration, she realized that her style was completely different from before. She was indeed a proper streamer. The drawing style was normal, and the only flaw was that the plot was boring. Who got single first is a dog. Looking at this handsome boy, I suddenly remembered Chao Da's description of Jiao Baoyu. Her face was like the moon in mid-autumn, her complexion like the flowers at dawn in spring. Her hair was like a knife, her eyebrows like an ink painting, her nose like a hanging gull, and her eyes like autumn waves. Although she was angry, sometimes she seemed to be smiling, and sometimes she looked at him with anger and affection. In the past, when he was thinking about it, he didn't have a clear impression of it. Now, he finally had an idea. What's the name of this little brother? Seeing the two blue bullet screens, the red bullet screen viewers were also shocked. Following that, the red bullet screen asked in astonishment, so there's a Chowda in your dimension too? Sure enough, different dimensions, same civilization. In comparison, all the people in the dimension spoke Mandarin, which didn't seem to be a big deal. Jiang Pingji looked at the bullet screen with interest. Seeing the audience mention the unfamiliar little brother, she couldn't help but shift her gaze to the distance. Sure enough, the young man in embroidered clothes who appeared in the camera was riding a horse behind Fu Wang. He also noticed her. When their gazes met, Jiang Pingji could clearly feel the joy emanating from him. Sister! The young man in embroidered clothes shouted from afar. He rode the horse a few steps faster than he was familiar with, then he climbed down from the horse's back with difficulty. Fu Wang watched from the side. He couldn't bear to look at him, so he simply stepped forward to help him, saving the young man from falling off the horse. Jiang Pingji looked at the face of the young man in embroidered clothes and nodded in response. Speaking of which, this was the first time she saw this brother of a concubine after so many years of transmigration. From his appearance, he looked like a typical member of the Liu family. Jiang Pingji recalled the children of the Liu family she had seen in her mind. Almost none of them were ugly. Because the young man's eyebrows and eyes were not fully grown, he had a bit more innocence and childishness, which made him more likable. Sister, father has already prepared a banquet and is waiting for you in the manor. He has been asking why you haven't come yet for the past few days, so he asked me to wait outside the city every day. Finally, you have come. The young man in embroidered clothes said so much in one breath. His breathing was a little rushed, and his cheeks were a little pink. He looked even more delicious and moving. The strange aunties and strange uncles in the streaming room were already hungry and thirsty. Really? Didn't I already send someone to inform you? Why does father still ask you to wait outside? Jiang Pingji's words were not pleasant to hear. Fu Wang, who was at the side, heard it. His gaze swept between her and the young man in embroidered clothes. It seemed that the relationship between the brother and sister was not good. That was true. How could one be compared to the daughter of a concubine and the son of a concubine? Even if this son of a concubine was Liu Shi's only son, his lord was so promising. Wasn't it better than having an idiot son? The face of the young man in embroidered clothes froze. He seemed to be a little depressed, but he quickly recovered his enthusiasm. Even if Jiang Pingji's attitude towards him was cold and implied that Liu Shi did not treat him well, he did not say anything. After all, it was the truth. Chapter 884. The young man responded and was about to help Jiang Pingji get on the horse. However, Jiang Pingji didn't need his help. After getting on the horse easily, the young man returned to his own horse and continued to climb up the horse's back with a clumsy posture. Jiang Pingji was amused. You're not good at riding. The young man shook his head and said shyly, it's too tiring to ride. My legs and waist hurt. Jiang Pingji said, you have to learn it well. You can't neglect it just because you're afraid of pain and tiredness. The young man smiled. You're right. I'll learn it well. Jiang Pingji followed him and saw the smile on the young man's face. She couldn't help but ask him, although you and I are brother and sister and live in the same house, we haven't seen each other for years. Our relationship is weak. But looking at you, you seem to like me very much. Her question was quite straightforward and to the point. The youth in embroidered robes was dumbfounded. After all, even if they didn't have a good relationship, they had to pretend in front of outsiders. Why would they see through the facade? The young man thought about it and answered honestly. He said, although you haven't seen me before, I often hear about you from the servants. I've been longing for you for a long time. What's more, if you didn't mention me to father, he wouldn't have brought me from my hometown in Heijin to his side. Although you won't believe me, I'm really grateful. I want to thank you personally. Lu Shi rarely asked about the sons and daughters of the concubines in the backyard. Before that, the young man had only seen Lu Shi a few times. Now he was valued by his father, brought to his side, and supervised every day. This was something he didn't even dare to dream of. Jiang Pingji smiled. She said, "Your father's son. Blood ties can't be severed. Even if I didn't mention this to father, you should consider marriage. He can't just ignore you." I really didn't do much. The young man said, "No matter what, I still like you very much. Father always said that if I could have 30% of your understanding, he would be satisfied. However, I feel that life is short and it's time to have fun. Understanding is something you're born with. It can't be forced. No matter how hard I try, I can't do it well. I might as well forget about it. Anyway, father and sister won't let me starve to death on the streets." Jiang Pingji couldn't help but smile. She said, "Life is short, so it's time to have fun." Zisher often said the same thing. If you meet, you might have a common language. You're the son of the family. Father won't allow you to muddle along. The embroidered clothed youth said, Zisher. Was it Feng Zhen who worked for sister? Listening to the elder sister's words, the younger brother was a little curious. However, he is a talent that elder sister needs to use. He can't be like little brother, who wastes his time seeking pleasure. Little brother shouldn't lead him astray. Jiang Pingji was amused by the young man in embroidered clothes. Feng Zhen was a seasoned veteran in the world of romance. If anyone was to be led astray, it would be Feng Zhen who led others astray. The youth in embroidered clothes was very talkative. He looked a little shy, but his personality was very cheerful. There was almost no awkward silence. Seeing that they were about to enter the city, Jiang Pingji said, "You're almost 15 this year, right?" The youth in embroidered robes said, "After the 12th month, I'll be 15. Has father thought about what courtesy name he wants to give you?" Although courtesy names were given after one's coronation, father and elders could name them in advance. With Lu Shi's reputation and Jiang Pingji's status, the youth in embroidered robes had a strong backing. He had the right to choose a courtesy name in advance. The youth in embroidered robes said, "Father said a while ago that he wants to pick again. After he's done, he can look at me." Speaking of his marriage, the youth in embroidered robes was not shy. Instead, he was generous. His eyes were full of curiosity about the unknown. "Indeed, we should choose carefully." The group entered the city. There were few people on the streets. But looking at the people's attire and complexion, they were living a good life. Although Lu Shi had decided to retire behind the scenes, the mansion he lived in was still his old house. It was much larger than the mansion in Heijin. Lu Shi's housekeeper was looking around anxiously outside the mansion. He even stretched his neck. Seeing the target appear at the end of the long street, the old housekeeper's wrinkled face was filled with joy. Even his eyes lit up. This old servant greets the eldest lady. Jiang Pingji got off the horse and handed Little White's reins to the groom. "Is father here?" The old housekeeper nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, yes. Master has been waiting for you all day." Jiang Pingji asked Fu Wang to set up camp outside the city. After the soldiers were settled, she entered the mansion with the old housekeeper leading the way. "This daughter greets father." Jiang Pingji greeted Lu Shi. Halfway through her greeting, Lu Shi helped her up. "Lanting has lost a lot of weight. You look taller than before." Jiang Pingji was only half a head shorter than Lu Shi and half a head taller than her brother. This height was not considered short among men, not to mention that she was a woman. She really stood out from the crowd. Whether it was Jiang Pingji or Lu Shi, neither of them liked to stir up emotions. The youth in embroidered robes said, "Father, I think she is tired from the long journey. Why don't you ask someone to prepare some hot soup and help her change?" Lu Shi said, "Zhao is right. I was too careless." Then, he called for the servant girl. Jiang Pingji closed the streaming room and went to wash up with the servant girl. "This room doesn't look like it was cleaned recently." The servant girl said, "It has always been here. Master has prepared it for you since he came here." Jiang Pingji looked down. "Thank you, father." She took a good bath and the servant girl brought in luxurious clothes and turtle shell jewelry. After dressing up, she looked at the woman in the bronze mirror and curled her lips stiffly. It was the first time she dressed up like a woman since her transmigration. She put on makeup and put on the best clothes. She and the youth in embroidered robes looked like sister and brother. It was as if they came from the same womb. Jiang Pingji looked down and picked up a sandalwood brocade fan from the servant girl's plate. "Let's go." Jiang Pingji went to the main hall and found a few unfamiliar faces there. They were all dressed in formal attire. Lu Shi was talking to them. When he saw Jiang Pingji, he quickly got up. He said, "Lanting, come to your father's side." Jiang Pingji walked over, and the middle-aged men all looked at her with scrutinizing eyes. They all had the same question in their eyes: was this the woman chosen by the magistrate of Liuzhou? Some people snorted disapprovingly, some were deep in thought, and some closed their eyes. They behaved like outsiders. Jiang Pingji did not need Lu Shi to introduce them. She knew that they must be related to the aristocratic families of Chongzhou. Chapter 885. Jiang Pingji sat down on the seat to the right of Lu Shi. She shifted her gaze and sized up the people with the same gaze. Noticing Jiang Pingji's disdainful scrutiny, they were rather unhappy. They were Lu Shi's distinguished guests and usually treated him as equals. As Lu Shi's daughter, Jiang Pingji was supposed to greet them as a junior. Not only did she not greet them, but she also arrogantly skipped over it. Now she was looking at them with such a rude gaze. For a moment, everyone was a little unhappy. Their opinions of Jiang Pingji grew. Lu Shi saw all of this. He knew his daughter's temperament. It would definitely be the charaba again later. He took the initiative to bridge the gap between Jiang Pingji and the aristocrats of Chongzhou, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere between them. At that moment, one of them spoke up. He asked, "Magistrate Lu said earlier that he had an important matter to discuss with us. What is it?" Jiang Pingji sat upright in her seat. Her right hand held the handle of her sandalwood brocade fan. She tapped the palm of her left hand from time to time. She was bored, so she turned on the live stream. The audience thought that Jiang Pingji's live stream for the day had ended. They went home and looked for their mothers. They didn't expect the live stream, which had been off for almost an hour, to suddenly turn on. Everyone quickly clicked on it. A few middle-aged men appeared on the screen. Looking at their sitting postures and the surrounding environment, they were probably having a meeting. The audience harbored this doubt and went to look for their streamer. They searched and searched. Where did the streamer go? The audience was stunned. A scary thought popped up in their heads. Could it be that the streamer in the live stream room had changed again in such a short time? Little Smart Express, Sigma, Degree, Asterisk, Chado Sack, this elegant lady, who are you? Li Hua Sueyu, I'm shocked. So our streamer is a crossdresser? He's so beautiful. He looks like the husband of the baby. Shuaning to the previous commenter, eat baby's machete. That's obviously my husband. Iji roasted chicken, I'm shocked. This is definitely a Lifetime series. Oh my god, the streamer actually knows how to put on makeup and cross-dressing. Jiang Pingji rarely put on makeup. She was usually barefaced. Of course, her skin had always been good. Even without makeup, her looks were above average. Now, with the help of the maidservant, her looks had been raised to 10 points. Coupled with her imposing aura, she gave off the illusion that she was a queen inspecting her territory and servants. The audience in the streaming room locked their cameras on Jiang Pingji and took 360-degree screenshots. Jiang Pingji had been streaming for more than 6 years, but it was the first time the audience saw her dressed like a noble girl. After the initial shock, the audience turned their attention elsewhere, and then they heard such infuriating words. One of them said, "The Lu Prefecture overseer is in his prime. In my opinion, it's far from time for him to abdicate his position. It's not that I'm trying to sow discord, it's just that your daughter is of marriageable age. Once they got married, they would be part of the husband's family. Third Lang Jun is the one who inherits the title of governor of Lu province. Jianbing Guogua, who is this? Who gave him the guts to say that? Could sowing discord be any more despicable? Jinju milk tea, I'm afraid he doesn't know how to spell the word death. Gubuli Baozi, streamer, don't be a coward. Give him a slap and let him have a taste of what it means to be a spinning top. He's so thick-skinned. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself? Is our little fairy someone you mortals can casually criticize? The audience was fuming with rage. Who didn't crawl out of their mother's womb? Only this person was special. He actually came out of the chrysanthemum. So he was a cut above others. The audience was filled with righteous indignation. They believed that Jiang Pingji wouldn't be at a disadvantage, but allowing such a clown to jump around in front of them would affect the mood of their little fairy streamer. If their little fairy was unhappy, they couldn't be happy either. Do you know what a little fairy is? That's the Tai Sui. Provoking the Tai Sui means you have a death wish. Jiang Pingji maintained an upright sitting posture, but the corner of her lips had a sneer of mockery. Lu Zhao quietly lowered his presence. He ate and drank, showing signs of getting closer to Yang Si. Otherwise, what else could he do? This was a meeting between the big shots. Anyone's arm was thicker than his thigh. For the sake of his life, it was better for him to be a quiet, handsome man. Regardless of whether it was his unfathomable sister, his black-hearted and merciless father, or the big shots from the aristocratic families in Chongzhou, he couldn't afford to offend any of them. Unfortunately, I'm not the mountain. When the mountain comes, it's me. Lu Zhao was implicated even though he was lying down. Hearing someone talk about him, he raised his head in a daze. He recalled what the person had just said and suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. He glanced at the unhappy Lu Shi and the expressionless Jiang Pingji from the corner of his eyes. He hurriedly laughed dryly and tried to salvage the situation. Uncles, you think too highly of me. Everyone knows of my sister's talent. You're already the lord of a prefecture before you're 20 years old. Now, you can even share my father's burdens. How can I be mentioned in the same breath as you? To tell you the truth, I'm neither good at literature nor martial arts. The teacher always scolds me for being a blockhead and not being of great use. From now on, I only hope that you can take pity on this good-for-nothing brother of yours and guide him. Lu Zhao belittled himself to be worthless and even revealed a bashful and silly smile. His cowardly attitude made the elders of the aristocratic families look at him with disdain. Lu Zhao had already backed down, but the person just now was not willing to let it go so easily. He continued to stroke his beard with a smile and said to himself, like father, like son. Why are you so humble, 3rd Langjun. There are many late bloomers in this world. You're the son of the governor of Lu Prefecture. Your future is limitless. Moreover, since ancient times, it has always been the male who inherits the family business. How can a son-in-law inherit it? Isn't this giving someone else's dowry for nothing and cutting off the family line? If the ancestors knew about this in the afterlife, they might even scold their descendants for being unfilial. For this reason, 3rd Langjun should study hard and strive to inherit the family line as soon as possible. The more he listened, the worse Lu Xiao's expression became. Today's main character was his sister, not him. This old thing who couldn't distinguish between the important and the important. Did he want to roast him to death? Lu Xiao was about to speak when he heard a soft sound. It was neither soft nor loud, but it was enough to attract everyone's attention. He saw his sister open the sandalwood brocade fan in her hand, revealing the beautiful mountains and rivers painted on the fan. The person heard the noise and provoked her maliciously. Why? Does the eldest lady of the Lu family think that I'm wrong? Jiang Pingji looked at him with a cold smile. The person smiled proudly as if he had won a battle. In his opinion, Jiang Pingji couldn't win against him in an argument, so she had nothing to say. TSK, he thought she would be difficult to deal with. To put it bluntly, she was just a woman who could not withstand a single blow. Chapter 886. Hearing that, the man's face turned green and white. Jiang Pingji waved her fan and said leisurely, "You have a good relationship with my father, but you don't have the right to call yourself my elder, let alone address me as the eldest lady of the Lu family. Is that something you can call me? To put it bluntly, you have already offended your superiors and have no respect for the law. According to Dongqing's laws, if I want to punish you with a small punishment, no one can find fault with it, right?" The man's expression froze. He couldn't breathe, but he couldn't swallow it. Not long ago, he was still proud of himself, laughing at the little girl who gave in to him. He didn't expect her to use her power to oppress him. Did she have no shame? Oh, the little fairy has always been shameless. To prevent Jiang Pingji from continuing to attack him, he could only tidy up his state of mind and solemnly pay his respects just now. Jiang Pingji suddenly stabbed him in the heart. Just now, you said that I am of marriageable age. To put it bluntly, it's something that even my father doesn't care about, but you can't wait. At the very least, I can find a son-in-law, and their children will all have the surname Lu. After all, they will still have the blood of the Lu family. It's better than adopting someone else's fake son and pretending to raise him as one's own son. It's better. After she finished speaking, she looked at him with a faint smile. She raised her hand and closed the sandalwood brocade fan, tapping it rhythmically on her palm. The man's expression became extremely ugly. Not only was Jiang Pingji using her power to oppress him, but there was also the meaning behind her words. Everyone in Chongzhou knew that it was difficult for him to have children. He had many daughters, but there was no sign of a son. To prevent the direct line of descent from being abandoned, he could only adopt a nephew from one of his brothers as a fake son. He was still fuming. He didn't expect such an embarrassing matter to be spoken of in public by a little girl who was still wet behind the ears. His reputation was on the floor. Didn't Lu Shi just rush to Chongzhou today? Why was he so familiar with the matters in Chongzhou? Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Pingji had no time to understand the power network in Chongzhou, let alone know who they were. But that wasn't important. Jiang Pingji lowered her eyes and said, "Since it's your first offense, I won't hold it against you. Get up." The man was furious. When the others saw the situation, they re-evaluated Jiang Pingji. Zhang Xian had thought that the other party had a good temper, but from the looks of it, it turned out that the other party had a sharp personality. She didn't understand the ways of the world. If she didn't know how to build a good relationship with them at this time, she would suffer in the future. Chongzhou was not a place where a prefecture magistrate could cover the sky with one hand. Back then, Jiang Pingji had suggested that Lu Shi fight for the position of Chongzhou's magistrate. There were two reasons: the aristocratic families were scarce and they were rich in sandalwood. Landowning households were scarce, but it wasn't as if they didn't exist. On the contrary, it was precisely because of the small number of landowning households that they were especially close to one another, and their marriages were also very solid. Lu Shi had been operating in Chongzhou for many years and had only obtained a portion of the authority. The other portion was in the hands of these aristocratic families. If they sincerely wanted to cause trouble for Jiang Pingji, although it would not be to the extent of making it difficult for her to move, it would be enough to annoy her to the point of being badly battered. Lu Shi purposely arranged for both parties to meet. His original intention was to let Jiang Pingji familiarize herself with them so that they could interact more easily in the future. Who would have thought that Jiang Pingji's side would be cold and uncooperative? The aristocratic families of Chongzhou would bully Jiang Pingji because she was a woman and she was young. If Jiang Pingji was really declining, the portion of authority that Lu Shi had given her would be completely swallowed up by these aristocratic families. Everyone knew how to calculate, it was just a matter of who was faster and smarter. Without a doubt, Jiang Pingji had a personality that refused to be taken advantage of. How could she tolerate others giving her a bad attitude? She secretly gestured to Liyun, who was guarding outside. With the cover of her loose and luxurious robes, no one noticed. Lu Shi, who was at the side, spoke up to smooth things over. At the same time, he glanced at Jiang Pingji with a worried gaze. The maids carried the dining table and filed in from outside. Lu Zhao, who was squatting in the corner, saw them and his eyes lit up. At the banquet, Jiang Pingji was not facing one person's provocation. She was facing the combined suppression of all the stubborn forces in Chongzhou. However, she had already mentioned her status as the prefecture magistrate. The others could not use their status as elders to criticize her. Even so, they still had ways to make things difficult for Jiang Pingji. It seemed like they were asking her how she would govern Chongzhou in the future, but in reality, they were hinting to her not to be too stupid. Chongzhou was not her Wanzhou. The atmosphere here was very tough. Even if she was the noble prefecture magistrate, if she was unlucky and accidentally encountered a group of horse bandits who ran out to take advantage of her, she would not be able to call for help even if she called for help. It was a concern on the surface, but it was actually a threat. Lu Zhao, who was a bystander, was watching the immortals fight. He was excited to watch and was even more determined not to get involved. It was not bad to be a quiet and handsome man, to be a rarely seen sibling clan, and to be free and unfettered for a lifetime. After 3 rounds of wine, Jiang Pingji had already roughly explained her plan to farm land. The heads of the various families all declined. Taking advantage of the chaos in Chongzhou, they used tricks and plunder to annex countless fertile lands and mansions. In other words, as long as there was land in the entire Chongzhou that could be farmed, it was basically theirs. If Jiang Pingji wanted to farm land on a large scale, she would definitely have to borrow land from them. It was fine to borrow things, but she was afraid that once she lent it, she would not be able to get it back. Moreover, why would a weak woman need so much land? Farm land to deal with the northern borderline. Was she out of her mind? If she was willing to sacrifice her looks to get closer to the northern borderline, she might be able to exchange for 3 to 5 years of peace for the people of Chongzhou. None of them were willing to agree. Once it involved their own interests, the heads of the aristocratic families were like the reincarnation of loaches. They were all slippery. One said that they did not have much land. Those were the sacrificial fields of their clan and could not be lent out. One said that their fields were all barren dry land. Even if they lent it out, the crops planted there would not be able to survive. One said that their fertile lands were all within the borders of the 3 cities that the northern borderline had snatched away. In name, it was theirs, but in reality, it was all the northern borderlines. There were also people who complained that they were poor. It was not a problem to borrow the land, but they had to pay high rent. They could not let their families starve. Other than that, there were all kinds of reasons that emerged endlessly. It made people speechless. Was this the head of the aristocratic families or the head of the gangsters in the marketplace? Jiang Pingji was not in a hurry. She drank her wine on her own and occasionally talked to Lu Shi. She looked unmoved. The heads of the families were also waiting patiently. When Jiang Pingji lost her patience and panicked, they would be able to gain control. At that moment, Jiang Pingji suddenly said, "Father, do you have enough troops and horses?" Lu Shi smiled. "I think it should be enough." Jiang Pingji said, "I brought 12,000 elites from Wanzhou. Each of them can fight 1 against 5. It is indeed enough." The father and daughter talked in riddles. The others had a bad feeling. As if to confirm their guess, there was a concentrated sound of armor rubbing against each other. "What's going on outside?" Jiang Pingji knocked the closed fan on the table with a bang. The crisp sound broke the tense atmosphere. However, what she said next made people feel like they had fallen into hell. "I have always been afraid of trouble. If you are not willing to discuss it properly, then I can only find another way. Since you refuse a toast, how about drinking a forfeit?" Chapter 887. Everyone was shocked by the turn of events. They did not know that Jiang Pingji was not only a little fairy, but she was also a devil that they could not afford to offend. She flashed her knife at the slightest disagreement. She was completely different from the flirtatious and cheap people they had met before. After all, they were the leaders of the aristocratic families. They only panicked for a while before they calmed down and directed their words at Lu Shi. "Magistrate Lu, what do you mean by this? You sent out invitations and invited us here for a discussion. I didn't expect it to be a planned trap. Could it be that you and your daughter want to resort to violence? Chongzhou is not a place where you and your daughter can do whatever you want. Magistrate Lu, you and I have been officials of the same court for many years. We have a good relationship. Do you really allow your evil daughter to commit murder and threaten us?" Everyone was talking at once. Although they looked calm, they were still uneasy. Judging from the dense footsteps outside, if Lu Shi and his daughter refused to let them go, they would not be able to escape even if they had wings. Lu Shi did not react from beginning to end. He only had a faint smile on his face, as if he was watching a farce of monkeys. Lu Zhao, who was watching from the sidelines, was stunned. He hurriedly took 2 steps on his knees. Before he left, he did not forget to grab a luxurious brocade fan with a strong fragrance. "Sister, look at your posture. Don't hurt your brother by mistake." Lu Zhao stumbled to Jiang Pingji's side and looked pitiful. He was born shy, but now he deliberately acted obedient. He pulled Jiang Pingji's sleeve with one hand. He looked weak and helpless, but he could not be hated. Jiang Pingji smiled and used the sandalwood brocade fan in her hand to hit his hand. He felt a little pain and let go. His eyes were full of pity. Seeing him like that, Jiang Pingji said, "Stay here. Don't run around. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you when things get chaotic." Lu Zhao nodded heavily, as if he took her words as an imperial edict. After his heart calmed down, he once again leisurely watched from the sidelines. As he expected, his elder sister, who he did not know the limits of, had terrifying combat power. She would make a big deal out of a disagreement. Although it was a little rough, it was still a good way to establish her authority. One could not use elegant methods to deal with gangsters. Jiang Pingji said, "What do you mean by indulging your daughter to commit murder? When did I want your lives?" The faces of the leaders of the aristocratic families changed. They hadn't expected Lu Shi to be determined to retire. If that was not the case, he would have spoken out to explain or mediate the situation, instead of watching from the sidelines and letting Lu Shi control the situation. Ha! If they didn't have any ill intentions, why would they send troops to besiege us? One of them sneered and said, "In this old man's opinion, it's clear that they failed to borrow the land, so they resorted to force and tried to seize it by force." Jiang Pingji raised her eyelids and said with a sarcastic smile, "Snatch? Isn't it?" Jiang Pingji said, "In my opinion, this shouldn't be considered robbery. You took it from the hands of the common people by force, forcing them to leave their homes and have nowhere else to go. Now that I have taken the stolen goods from your hands, I am also enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. How can you say it is robbery?" The audience in the streaming room kept cheering for Jiang Pingji. Many of them called until they ran out of phone bills. Yes, a head-on confrontation. A group of old fellows dared to bully their little fairy. They must be out of their minds. Zijie's Haonan, streamer, confront them head-on. "Don't be a coward, we strongly support you." Lanky Yabuz, "I hate these insatiable vampires the most." According to the streamer's previous analysis, the land in Chongzhou that can support large-scale farming has all fallen into the hands of these vampires. Don't these people have any F***king idea of the trickery? Diwu Luo, what should we do? I feel that this streaming room can't continue. I actually agree with the streamer's opinion. Regardless of the form of robbery, it was robbery. However, Jiang Pingji, the bandit, could describe her robbing behavior in such a dignified manner that her fanboys and girls cheered for her crazily. Many of the audience laughed at themselves and continued to support Jiang Pingji after they finished mocking her. Lu Zhao, who was hiding behind Jiang Pingji, also looked surprised. He had been living in the backyard of the Lu residence since he was a child. He was a nameless and neglected son of a concubine. Fortunately, he was optimistic and steady by nature. The servants did not treat him harshly, so he gradually got used to muddling through his days. However, deep in his bones, he still had the ambition of a normal person and the desire to pursue the strong. Jiang Pingji's domineering attitude, on the contrary, shocked and fascinated him. It was as if something had suddenly poked at his weak spot. Yes. Sister said that it wasn't robbery, so it wasn't robbery. Lu Zhao stuck his head out to support Jiang Pingji. A lean and strong hand pressed on his head and pressed him back. Jiang Pingji said, "Just stay at the side and watch the show." "Who allowed you to speak?" As soon as she finished speaking, two tall and strong men of different styles walked in from outside. Both of them wore awe-inspiring armor. Upon closer inspection, it was Fu Wang and Li Yun. The two of them bowed to Jiang Pingji and said, "Greetings, my lord." Fu Wang continued, "My lord, the arrangements outside have been completed." Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "Did you find the assassin?" Everyone was dumbfounded. There was an assassin. Why didn't they know? An ominous premonition arose in the hearts of the leaders of the aristocratic families. "The assassin is here," Fu Wang said. Jiang Pingji said, "Good." She stood up gracefully and raised her hand to unsheath the luxurious sword hanging from Lu Zhao's waist. "Who is the assassin?" Fu Wang said, "The assassin tried to assassinate my lord just now, but unexpectedly, my lord has extraordinary skills and escaped the assassination attempt." The assassin saw that the situation was not good and took the people present as hostages in an attempt to escape from the heavy encirclement. "My lord, what should we do now? Although the hostages are important, we can't let the assassin go so easily." Jiang Pingji sneered. Fu Wang said again, but if the assassin has evil intentions, the audience was stunned. Was Fu Wang talking in his sleep? The leaders of the aristocratic families understood, and their faces turned ashen. Lu Shi was determined to make life difficult for them. Where was the assassin? It was just an excuse from her, hinting that if they did not obey, they would become souls under the sword of an imaginary assassin. Lu Shi, how dare you? Jiang Pingji said, why wouldn't I dare? Having said that, Li Yun, who was at the side, quickly captured the man and brought him before Jiang Pingji. The man tried to struggle, but Li Yun's grip was too strong. He could not move an inch. Bah! If you have the guts, then kill me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it in the future. Jiang Pingji said, since you've said so, how can I let you live? As soon as she finished speaking, everyone revealed a startled expression. Did she want to kill him? Before he could restrain his expression, his body was pierced by the luxurious sword that looked like a work of art. She actually killed him. Chapter 888. Pulling out the long sword, the man's body was like a mountain of flesh. He suddenly fell to the ground and died with his eyes wide open. I thought you would know what's good for you and me. I didn't expect all of you to be so eager to die. Jiang Pingji moved her wrist slightly and flung the blood off the blade. Lu Zhao muttered behind her. These aristocratic families have deep roots in Chongzhou. Sister, you killed their people. I'm afraid you've created a death grudge. There aren't many decent big powers in Chongzhou. Are they considered aristocratic families? They're at most a few generations of nouveau riches. When there are no tigers in the mountains, the monkeys call themselves kings. His father had been too benevolent and treated them with courtesy, which had instead encouraged their arrogance. To deal with such people, we can only use more immoral methods. Jiang Pingji smiled contemptuously and said, without them, I can still support others who are obedient. I only need people who are obedient and sensible. Those who are disobedient and insensible, if they die, then so be it. There's no pity. Lu Zhao was embarrassed and did not speak. That was what he said, but who had the guts to be so ruthless? Jiang Pingji looked at everyone's fearful expression and felt much better. She teased, moreover, Zisher and Wenjing have already brought people to surround their residences. If they dare to act rashly, so what if we exterminate their family? What? They received news that Lu Shi had just arrived in Chongzhou. How could he have the time to make such arrangements? Thinking of this, they turned their gazes to Lu Shi. Lu Shi, who was sitting at the head of the table, was indifferent. They had really wronged Lu Shi. Lu Shi had invited them to a banquet today to help Jiang Pingji connect with the aristocratic families in Chongzhou. However, his daughter had already grown up and had her own ideas. Moreover, Feng Zhen and Qiguan Rang beside her were decisive and ruthless people. Others took one step at a time, while they took one step at a time. Chongzhou's vermin forces had probably been targeted by the two during the march. Even if it wasn't today, it would be tomorrow. There would be bloodshed one day. It was just that the time had been brought forward. The massacre of the aristocratic families in Hu County had been left unresolved because of Lu Shi's interference. He never thought that Chongzhou would be the target of history. Lu Shi sighed in his heart. Lu Zhao asked Jiang Pingji, Sister, what should we do with the others? Was he going to kill them as well? Since he had already killed one person, it was enough to make an example out of them. They would obediently lend the land needed for farming. From Lu Zhao's point of view, he didn't agree with killing the remaining people. It was not that he did not dare to kill them, but these people were related to the stability of Chongzhou. If he killed them all at once, it would easily cause trouble. Jiang Pingji rolled her eyes and glanced at him from above. Kill him. Initially, he wanted to familiarize himself with the powers in Chongzhou before making his move. Now that he had made his move, it was a good opportunity to catch them off guard. Li Yun and Fu Wang cupped their fists and accepted the order. Seeing the situation, those people knew that their lives were in danger. One by one, they drew their swords and prepared to fight to the death. Unfortunately, they had been pampered for a long time, and the martial arts they had learned in the past were rusty. Their swords were more for decoration than for practical use. Fu Wang and Li Yun were both valiant generals who were adept in battle. Killing these fat and weak people could not be any easier. Blood flowed like a river inside the house, and the shouts of killing outside had already subsided. These people did not attend the banquet alone. They brought dozens of guards with them, but they had all been executed. Looking at the corpses lying on the floor in the house, Fu Wang carefully examined each person to ensure that they were dead before replying to Jiang Pingji. They've all been executed. Jiang Pingji said, I got it. Get someone to come over and bury their corpses. Lu Shi was used to it. Lu Zhao had yet to recover from the shock. The audience in the streaming room had a diverse range of opinions. Some of the audience in the red bullet screen mocked that it was too bloody, some were worried that Jiang Pingji would be condemned by the public if she killed too many people at once, some thought that Jiang Pingji was a pervert who killed people without saying a word, and some were so disgusted that they went to empty their stomachs. As for the audience in the blue bullet screen, their reaction was exceptionally unanimous. Gonde Ganji Hui, is this an act? Sanqian Bai Heifangking Si, this is a streaming from another dimension. How is this acting? The streamer really killed people. The audience in the red bullet screen had long been accustomed to Jiang Pingji's decisive character. They were not surprised no matter what she did. The audience in the blue bullet screen was different. They had more or less seen or heard about the content of the former streamer. The content was either a variety of eye-catching scenes or battles in the harem. Most of them were battles that did not involve blood. Even when the scene of refugees rushing to Wanzhou was broadcasted later, the audience only saw pitiful refugees, cruel human nature, and a desolate environment. When had they ever seen murder? As for the few times when Jiang Pingji brutally killed the time traveler, the streaming room was forcibly shut down a second before the time traveler died. In other words, they rarely saw bloody scenes. What about now? Several living lives disappeared in front of their eyes. The corpses were decapitated and their limbs were mutilated. Why did the streamer kill them? Was it just because they mocked Jiang Pingji just now? Thinking of this, the sense of justice in many people's hearts exploded. They all sent bullet screen comments to condemn and even humiliate her. Gonde Ganji Hui, B*TCH. I'm calling you a B*TCH. You're even more disgusting than the streamer who sold her body 82 Leifei, I agree. Although the previous streamer was not serious, she only sold herself and did not harm anyone. This streamer is great. She kills people without saying a word. Does she really think she's Long Outyin? But F*CK her. She's a B*TCH with improper values. This kind of bullet screen was still considered civilized. The other bullet screens were not clean from beginning to end. Among the group of red bullet screens, the blue bullet screen was particularly conspicuous. Now, they directly provoked the audience in the red bullet screen. A few tycoons made a move and directly offered a reward to these people and kicked them out of the streaming room. They started to criticize without understanding the whole story. Why didn't the Virgin Mary ascend to heaven? The audience comforted Jiang Pingji, but she did not care at all. Lu Zhao, who was at the side, said anxiously, "Sister, my sword." It was a sword that he had spent all of his private money to make. From the hilt to the scabbard, it was inlaid with gold and silver and jewels. Jiang Pingji said, "Lend it to me again." Lu Zhao obediently responded with an "oh." In the next moment, he saw Jiang Pingji turn the long sword over and cut his shoulder, arm, and thigh. Blood splattered on his face. "Sister." Jiang Pingji threw the long sword back to Lu Zhao as if there was no one else around. It was as if the person bleeding from the 3 cuts was not her. Lu Zhao's fingers trembled as he held the hilt of the sword. Previously, he felt that the sword was extremely luxurious and liked it no matter how he looked at it. Now, however, he felt that it was a hot knife in his hand. Lu Shi, who was sitting at the head of the table, said, "Why did you hurt yourself?" Jiang Pingji looked down. "After killing someone, I have to give an explanation to the outside world. These people have been plotting for a long time. They secretly allied with the 3 tribes of the northern borderline. Under the instructions of the northern borderline, they invaded the people's fields. Now, they want to assassinate us, father and daughter. After they failed, they were killed by me. Considering that they have contributed a lot to the people of Chongzhou, they are pardoned and their bodies can be returned home." Lu Shi laughed. "If that's the case, we can't let Lanting bear the burden alone." After saying that, Lu Shi stabbed himself as well. Chapter 889. Sister. Sister. Come on. I'm not afraid. Lu Zhao trembled as he passed the sword in his hand to Jiang Pingji. Although he spoke bravely, one could tell how scared he was by looking at his trembling legs and listening to his trembling and broken words. Jiang Pingji looked down at his trembling fingers and took the sword. Lu Zhao looked like he was ready to die a martyr's death. He was just short of carving 2 words on his face, "Come on." Jiang Pingji lifted the sword. The tip of the sword wandered from Lu Zhao's sleeve to his heart. It paused for a moment, then it moved to his neck and slid down his cheek. Feeling the cold blade against his cheek, Lu Zhao swallowed nervously. After a long while, he did not feel the pain that he had expected. He did not know when, but he felt his scalp loosen. His neatly tied long hair was no longer bound and flowed down like a waterfall. Lu Zhao opened his eyes in shock. He raised his hands and grabbed his hair that was draped over his shoulders. He suddenly said, "Sister." Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "Look at how afraid you are of pain. I won't bully you anymore. Keep your sword." As she finished speaking, she twirled the sword in her hand and accurately threw it back into the scabbard at Lu Zhao's waist. He was so scared that his whole body froze. If she had thrown it crooked just now, one of your brother's kidneys might have been gone. She was really his sister. Lu Zhao hurriedly climbed up from the ground and saw that Jiang Pingji's luxurious clothes were soaked with blood. Blood was still flowing out. He felt pain just by looking at it. He really did not know what kind of mentality she had. Why was she so cruel to herself? The 3 wounds were long and deep, and blood flowed out like it was free. At this rate, wouldn't he die of blood loss? "Sister, let's find a doctor to stop the bleeding first." Lu Zhao casually asked with concern. Jiang Pingji raised her hand and tore off a few pieces of his sleeve. She used one hand to bandage the wound neatly. "There's no need. You go see father first. I still have to deal with matters outside." Lu Zhao looked at his sleeve. He wanted to cry but had no tears. For a noble son who loved extravagance, clothes were the most precious thing to him. Lu Zhao's luxurious clothes were newly made a few days ago. He liked them very much when they were fresh out of the oven. It wasn't easy for him to wear it, and he hadn't even had enough of it when his clothes were ruined by his elder sister. How could he not be distressed? However, now was not the time to feel sorry for his clothes. Upon hearing Jiang Pingji's words, he quickly tore 2 strips of cloth from his sleeves and walked to Lu Shi's side to help him wrap up his wounds. Compared to Jiang Pingji's cleanliness, Lu Zhao was clumsy. Not only did he not stop the bleeding, but he also worsened Lu Shi's wound. Knowing that he had messed up, Lu Zhao anxiously knelt beside Lu Shi and watched him tend to his wounds. Follow your elder sister and learn well. If you have 30% of her ability, I won't have to worry about your future. Because he had lost a lot of blood, Lu Shi's cheeks looked very pale, and his forehead was covered with fine sweat. Lu Zhao listened obediently, not daring to disobey Lu Shi. I have learned from you. I will definitely learn from you humbly. Although the two were father and son, Lu Zhao had only seen each other a few times over the years. They were either separated by courtyard walls, fake mountains, or windows, or separated by a sea of people. He could only catch a glimpse from afar each time. They had too little contact, so their relationship was naturally distant. Because Lu Shi was unreachable, Lu Zhao had a natural fear of him. He could still act pitiful in front of Jiang Pingji, but if he dared to act pitiful in front of Lu Shi, he would be skinned alive. Jiang Pingji walked out of the hall and came face to face with Qiguan Rang and Feng Zhen. However, the joy on their faces did not last long. When they saw that half of Jiang Pingji's clothes were soaked in blood, their expressions changed. If Jiang Pingji had appeared in front of them in such an appearance, they would not have suspected that the blood was hers. But now, they were sure that the owner of the blood was their lord. Lord, why did you hurt yourself like this? Feng Zhen strode forward, the relaxed expression on his face replaced by seriousness. He could not help but think of Wei Xi, who was far away in Shangjing. If that person saw it, he might have some reaction. Jiang Pingji said nonchalantly, it's just a few cuts. I didn't lose an arm or a leg. Why are you so worried? Feng Zhen choked, feeling that all his concern had been fed to a dog. How did he meet a lord who loved to court death? Feng Zhen said, a gentleman does not stand under a collapsing wall. My lord, you should not put yourself in danger. Qiguan Rang sensed something else, and his gaze revealed some worry. Jiang Pingji walked out of the manor and said, it's just 3 cuts. It's better than losing your life in the future. Qiguan Rang turned his head to look at the hall. People kept coming out with stretchers, thick drops of blood dripping from them. Lord, you, Qiguan Rang inhaled a breath of cold air. His lord had killed all the leaders of the aristocratic families in Chongzhou. According to their initial plan, it should have been mainly to intimidate them. They did not expect their lord to be so ruthless. Jiang Pingji said, so be it. They are useless stumbling blocks. It's too easy for them to just kick them away. They should be ruthlessly crushed. Kicking the stumbling block to the side was too light a punishment for the stumbling block. Perhaps one day, these stumbling blocks would appear on her path again. In Jiang Pingji's opinion, rather than wasting time moving them away, it was better to crush them into powder from the start. At this moment, Jiang Pingji's hidden murderous nature was completely revealed. Unlike the intense murderous intent on the battlefield, she was now a decisive leader. She did not need to personally participate in the battle. Every step she took made people feel the strong and determined will in her heart. Those who stood in her way would be killed without mercy. Qiguan Rang and Feng Zhen, who were following behind Jiang Pingji, looked at each other. They both saw something in each other's eyes. They could only blame their lord for being too confusing. Not only could she get along well with her subordinates, but she could even celebrate with the people. She did not put on any airs at all. At this moment, Li Yun had already cleaned up the troops brought by the aristocratic families. He came over to report to Jiang Pingji. Li Yun happened to hear their conversation. Worry surfaced in his heart. He said, "The people my lord killed were the heads of the various aristocratic families in Chongzhou. If there is no reasonable explanation, I'm afraid they will not let it go. If they go around slandering my lord and killing indiscriminately." Feng Zhen, who was at the side, listened and smiled without saying a word. Why did Jiang Pingji harm herself? Wasn't it to have a legitimate reason to kill those people? Since they dared to urge their lord to go head-to-head with the aristocratic families in Chongzhou and catch them off guard, they naturally had a comprehensive plan. Qiguan Rang was more familiar with the affairs of Chongzhou. He laughed contemptuously and said, "You don't have to worry about this. We have already surrounded all the mansions. What we need to do now is to strike first and make them speechless. As long as we can prove that they are colluding with the nobles of the northern borderline, not to mention killing 1 or 2 people, even if we kill their entire clan, the scholars in the world will not dare to criticize my lord." Chapter 890. A few years ago, the various aristocratic families in Chongzhou took advantage of the pressure of the northern borderline army to spread rumors and slander. They used trickery and robbery to snatch away the land and houses that the people relied on to make a living from their hands, forcing them from good citizens to become refugees. How many lives were lost? This kind of method was not a big deal for landowning households. After all, land was wealth, and no one would complain about having more money. But no matter what, this was a despicable bandits' method. Aristocratic families were very prideful. Even if they had done something like bandits, they would never admit it. In other words, the method of land acquisition was an unspoken rule that could only be understood and not explained. Because of this, Jiang Pingji could make a countercharge and make the aristocratic families of Chongzhou speechless. She said that the aristocratic families of Chongzhou and the royal court of the northern borderline were flirting with each other, and even under the instructions of the 3 tribes of the northern borderline, they wantonly seized the land of the people of Chongzhou in preparation for the army of the northern borderline to enter Chongzhou. Logically speaking, there was nothing wrong with these words. She only needed to use this reason to fabricate a few forged letters to the enemy. In addition to the wounds on Lu Shi and Jiang Pingji, it would be enough to make the aristocratic families in Chongzhou suffer in silence. After all, more than 90% of Chongzhou's farmland had indeed been divided up by them. It was irrefutable evidence, and he couldn't deny it even if he wanted to. Of course, this was only a battle at the level of public opinion. The decisive factor was still the army. If these aristocratic families dared to truly rebel against her, she would dare to massacre them all. She wanted to see whether the lives of 1 or 2 people and their fields were more important, or the lives of their entire clan. Jiang Pingji walked out of the mansion. She looked up at the dark sky, and the corners of her mouth curled into a silent mocking smile. At this moment, Chongzhou had truly changed. Within the borders of Chongzhou, the wind was howling and the cranes were panicking. Shangjing, which was half a month's journey away, was calm and peaceful. "Zixiao, why are you still awake at this hour?" Zhang Ping came out wearing a thick coat. He could vaguely see a tall figure standing in the garden. At first, he was shocked. With the help of the faint moonlight, he took a closer look. Only then did he realize that it was not Ghost Shadow, but Wei Ci. Wei Ci heard someone calling his name. He turned around to take a look and said in a hoarse voice, "Shiheng." Judging from his voice, Wei Ci must have gotten up halfway and ran to the courtyard to look at the astrology. "It took you 2 years to get better. Why don't you cherish it?" Zhang Ping felt like an old maid, nagging, "Aren't you afraid of catching a cold wearing such thin clothes? Look at your pale face, you can scare people to death in the middle of the night." If Wei Ci were to fall ill, the heavy responsibility would fall on his and Xiao Guang's shoulders. It would be exhausting. Wei Ci thanked Zhang Ping for his kindness. He took a deep breath and the cold air poured into his lungs, causing him to shiver from the cold. Put it on, don't fall sick again. Zhang Ping took the initiative to give up his cloak. I've seen you standing in the yard for a while. What are you looking at? The light of the Emperor's star in the north is getting more and more dazzling, and there's a faint blood-red glow. Wei Xi was halfway through his sentence and refused to continue, causing Zhang Ping to roll his eyes. He hated people who didn't finish their sentences. Is this an auspicious or ominous sign? Zhang Ping asked. He did not understand astrology, but as Master Yuan Jing's disciple, Wei Xi had more or less learned the true teachings and had some skills. Auspicious, there's a small ominous in the auspicious, but it doesn't matter. Wei Xi smiled and coughed twice. Under the moonlight, his eyes were like thick ink, with a different kind of purity. Zhang Ping said, in that case, my lord's situation in Chongzhou is not bad. Wei Xi said, just from the astrology, it should be good, but I'm still a little worried. Zhang Ping laughed and teased, what are you worried about? My lord is protected by both civil and military people. Whether it's Wen Zheng, Zi Shi, Fu Jingtu, or Han Mei, they are all outstanding people. Not many people can go around them and hurt my lord, right? Zi Xiao, you're being too worried. Rather than worrying about this, it was better to go back to the house and rest early. There was still a lot of work tomorrow. No, you don't understand. Wei Xi suddenly remembered Monk Liaochen's words. Many years had passed. Wei Xi would record the astrology whenever he was free. Just as Monk Liaochen had said, the change in the Emperor's aura was indeed strange. According to my lord's actions all these years, the increase in the Emperor's aura should be showing an upward trend. However, when Wei Xi sorted out the data he had recorded, he was surprised to find that the growth trend had become a strange slanted upward wave pattern. In other words, the Emperor's aura had indeed been stolen by someone, and the frequency of the theft was rather stable. Until now, the demon who stole the Emperor's aura had not been caught. He was really worried. How could mortals fight against unnatural creatures? Even someone as tyrannical as his lord could not do it. Thinking of this, Wei Xi felt that he should find some time to visit some capable people and see if they had any news. The night wind was chilly. He stayed in the courtyard for a while before turning back to the house and falling asleep under the influence of drowsiness. After sleeping for about 2 hours, he suddenly got up from the bed. His expression was somewhat terrified, but the tips of his ears were slowly becoming bloodshot. Why did he suddenly dream of the Lord? Recalling the scene in his dream, Wei Xi was worried and angry. He was worried because he dreamed that his lord was dressed in a noble lady's dress. Bright red blood dyed half her body, and her wounds were still bleeding. His heart wrenched at the sight of it. However, he could not speak in the dream. He could only look at her with the cold expression that he had been familiar with for half his life. He was angry and embarrassed. Why did she seem to be able to see him in the dream? She brushed her fingers from his collarbone to his cheek, and even lingered on his lips for a long time. They clearly did not touch, but Wei Xi had the illusion that his lips were touching her ice-cold fingertips. Wei Xi's previous and current lives added together would not make him young. He could not help but find it funny. Someone so old actually had such an absurd dream. Although it was absurd, but it was somewhat real. Wei Xi put away that strange feeling, laid down again, and fell into the dream. This time, he did not have any strange dreams. He slept until dawn. In Chongzhou, Jiang Pingji clicked her tongue and retracted her hand with some regret. She had been wondering when the yin-yang jade would take effect by Wei Xi's side. She did not expect to see it today. Jiang Pingji used the ashes of the woman from another world to exchange for the yin-yang jade from Xie Qian. If it was in her previous life, this thing could cause the interstellar forces to fight over it. In this world, it was basically useless. Fortunately, Jiang Pingji was quick-witted and gave it to Wei Ci. She was sure that as long as it was something she gave to Wei Ci, even if he did not carry it with him, he would still keep it properly. Just now, when she faintly saw Wei Ci's shadow, she knew that it was the real thing. The effect was excellent. However, besides Jiang Pingji, it seemed that no one could see Wei Ci. Chapter 891. Before the Hongmen banquet began, Chongzhou was still calm and peaceful. If one was more sensitive, they would realize that this was just the calm before the storm. The noble ladies of each household were busy with their own affairs. Some handled household chores, served in-laws, educated their children, beat up their concubines, and played with antiques. The seemingly peaceful backyard was, in fact, surging with undercurrents. Everyone was scheming for their own benefit. Banquets were an important channel for the gentry to connect. There was not a single day of rest. Today, one family would host a gathering. Tomorrow, another family would host a poetry meeting. The day after, they would send out invitations and everyone would admire the flowers and the moon together. The men went out as guests. The women in the backyard did not want to be outdone and often went out to attend banquets. The moonlight in the sky was cool. The shadows of people on the ground flickered. Their clothes were fragrant and their hair was silhouetted. Although the gentry of Chongzhou were criticized by the outside world as nouveau riche, they had decades or even centuries of history. They were far wealthier than the common people. The weather was cold, but the yard where the banquet was held was warm. There was not the slightest bit of chill. A few of the ladies who were close to each other joked. The content revolved around their husbands, their concubines, mothers-in-law, fathers-in-law, illegitimate sons and daughters, as well as the gossip of each household. Most of it was nonsense about family affairs. There was not much substance to it. But when they gathered together to complain, even the most boring topic could become interesting. As they talked, they mentioned Lu Shi, the governor of Lu Prefecture, who was in his prime. The topic got further and further away. Lu Shi was in his prime. He only had one illegitimate daughter and one illegitimate son. His second wife lived apart from him for a long time. Ever since Lu Shi came to Chongzhou, many people planned to use honey traps and tried to stuff women into Lu Shi's backyard. But he was slippery. No matter what others said or hinted, he always had a way to block the women sent by others. The men said that Lu Shi was pretending to be serious, but the ladies of Chongzhou respected him. Which ancient woman did not want her husband to only love her and have a woman in his backyard? At least before Gu Min passed away, Lu Shi's backyard only had such a person. Just this relationship was enough for them to be jealous and envious. Every time this topic was brought up, the noblewomen of Chongzhou would be extremely jealous of the deceased Gu Min Furen. They would say that she died young, and in the end, they would fakely sigh about the unfortunate fate of a beauty. After saying that, a good man like Lu Shi couldn't help but complain about his flirtatious husband. No matter if they were lowly concubines or noble concubines, he took them in one by one. The main wife had to pretend to be magnanimous on the surface, but she also had to address those coquettish sluts as sisters. It was disgusting. I heard that the daughter of the Lu Prefecture overseer is coming. Today's banquet is for that girl. It was unknown which Furen had blurted this out, but the reactions of the other Furens were very calm. Some of them even secretly sneered. She's just a little girl. How is she worthy of being treated so seriously by a man? In the eyes of many ladies, Jiang Pingji's arrival coincided with Lu Shi's invitation to the aristocratic families. After all, she was just a woman. No matter how capable she was, she would still have to marry and have children. She would have to stay in the backyard and do housework for a man for the rest of her life. For Lu Shi's daughter to be able to become Wanzhou's governor was already very impressive. They didn't think that Jiang Pingji could go any further. They even thought that she was a little silly. It would have been better if she had obediently enjoyed her father's protection and lived a carefree life as a noble daughter of an aristocratic family. Instead, she had to show her face in public and imitate Master Su of the previous dynasty. What would happen in the end? She might not be able to compete with the men, and she would have wasted the most important years of a woman's life for nothing. As for the rumors that Lu Shi was going to retire behind the scenes and give power to Lu Shi, that was even more ridiculous. This kind of unrealistic news will make people laugh if I say it. That's true. She's just a girl in the boudoir. How capable can she be? I heard that girl Lu is already 18 years old. She's still not engaged at this age. Won't she be an old lady in 2 years? The Lu prefecture overseer is quite concerned about this daughter of the official wife. He should be keeping an eye out for her, right? However, a girl who hangs around outside all day. I heard that she often hangs out with those uncouth peasants. Who would dare to have a daughter-in-law like her? Even if he treats her well for the sake of the Lu prefecture overseer, a father-in-law can't simply interfere with his son-in-law's backyard. In my opinion, that girl Lu. TSK. This topic was very new to them. For a moment, they were talking enthusiastically and unknowingly, the topic had strayed. A young madam said, "Could it be that the Lu prefecture overseer's banquet is for the marriage of this daughter of the official wife?" Lu Shi's influence was in Chongzhou and Hu County. For the sake of his daughter, he would definitely choose a son-in-law within his sphere of influence. Many people felt that this speculation made sense. If a reasonable person had heard their conversation, he would probably laugh his head off. If the matrons of Chongzhou's aristocratic families were all like this, it was estimated that it would not be passed down for more than a few generations. Chongzhou was close to the northern borderline, and the war between the two countries continued. Because of environmental factors, the powers here changed very quickly. The so-called aristocratic families were, to put it bluntly, nouveau riche families that lacked heritage. Taking some of the madams present as an example, their maiden families were butchers. They were illiterate, and naturally, their knowledge was shallow. Of course, other than their lack of knowledge, the more important reason was that they did not care about the outside world. If they had the time to care about those things, they might as well spend it on cosmetics, jewelry, and silk. The noblewomen chatted and laughed, and the atmosphere of the banquet heated up. It was at this moment that 2 lavishly dressed maids rushed in. Their appearance caused everyone to look askance. It was as if they were asking with their eyes, "Which family are they from? Why are they so rude?" One of the noblewomen recognized her personal maids, and her face, which was covered in makeup, instantly grew long. She was hosting the banquet today, and it was going well. She did not expect that her own maids would run into trouble. Before she could reprimand them, the 2 maids told her a piece of news that made her black out. "Madam, bad news. The master has gone." The noblewoman's heart tightened, and she scolded them sternly, "Take them away and slap their mouths. Is the master someone you 2 little bitches can make fun of?" The older maid said, "It's true, madam. There are many soldiers outside, and they even brought back the master's corpse." What? This news was like a heavy hammer. Her eyes darkened, and her body, which had just stood up, almost fell to the ground. When everyone heard this news, they all lost the mood to fool around. They prepared to observe the situation, and then find a chance to leave. However, they did not expect that the same bad news was waiting for them. The originally bustling backyard suddenly became deserted. Chapter 892. He was fine not long ago. How did he get into trouble now? Who did this to him? The noblewoman's eyes were red from crying. Her tears washed away the heavy makeup on her face, leaving 2 streaks. The noblewoman was not the only one crying. Her children kneeling beside her were crying too. Not far away, there were 5 or 6 children born of concubines who were crying even more heartbroken. Old Master Lu and old Madam, who rushed over after hearing the news, almost fainted from crying. Who did this to my son? Mother's son. The hall was a mess. The noblewomen who came to attend the banquet all looked embarrassed. Obviously, this was not a good time to say goodbye. A few noblewomen who had conflicts with that madam saw the situation and could not help but secretly cover their mouths with handkerchiefs to hide their smiles. They had only been gloating for a few seconds when their servants brought terrible news. Their husbands had died, and their residences were surrounded by heavy troops. How could this be? The people who were gloating could not laugh anymore. Their expressions were frozen in a twisted angle, looking especially strange. They reacted the same way as the noblewoman before them. They suspected that the servants had spread the news wrongly. When the truth was placed in front of them, they cried even more heartbreakingly than the noblewoman before them. How could they care about their manners? For a moment, they had the same thought in their minds. Who killed their husbands? Who else could it be? After asking around, they knew how their husbands had died. They plotted to murder the 2 Lu governors, secretly colluded with the nobles of the northern borderline, and attempted to overthrow Chongzhou with the northern borderline. However, the winner takes all. They failed at the last step. Their plan had been seen through by Madame Lu and Madame Lu in advance, and they had been killed instead. If the dead man had not been their husbands, they would have believed it. Lu Zhongqing, this is unfounded slander. Our ancestors were all citizens of Chongzhou. How could we collude with the northern borderline? This is clearly the Lu father and daughter who wanted to monopolize power. That's why they killed my husband with a groundless accusation, slander. All slander. The noblewomen cried and shook their heads. Those who were mentally strong endured the pain and tried to stabilize the situation in the residences. Those who didn't have much ability sat on the ground and cried. The entire mansion was in a mess like headless flies. No matter how much they cried and made a fuss, the soldiers surrounding the mansion refused to back down or retreat. Some sent servants to resist, but they were immediately killed by the soldiers. Seeing this, they finally stopped for a while. After making a ruckus for most of the night, the matrons and elders of the various clans united to demand an explanation from Lu Shi. They did not like Lu Shi because Lu Shi was an outsider. The more power he had, the less benefits the Chongzhou aristocratic families would receive. Even so, they wouldn't do anything to Lu Shi. After all, he still had soldiers in his hands. Of course, they didn't take action not because they were merciful, but because Lu Shi was powerful. If Lu Shi did not have soldiers in his hands, not to mention being the magistrate of Chongzhou for a few years, even the grass on his grave would be as tall as a man. They hadn't done anything before, and it was even more impossible for them to do anything now. One Lu Shi was already hard enough to deal with. Now, Lu Shi, who had more than 10,000 soldiers and horses with him, was even harder to defeat if the father and daughter joined forces. Even if they wanted to plot against Lu Shi, they had to wait until Lu Shi retreated behind the scenes before joining forces to bully the young Lu Shi. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that they wouldn't hurt Lu Shi and his daughter. Why would they assassinate them at such a sensitive time? It was obvious that someone had purposely set them up. Every family's mansion was heavily guarded. Apart from the matrons and elders who could enter and leave, everyone else was blocked. This was a clear house arrest. Seeing this, everyone was so angry that their faces turned red. They looked at Lu Shi with murderous intent. Magistrate Liu, I hope you can give us an explanation for the massacre of the gentry last night. Even if you are the magistrate, you can't kill the innocent. A prestigious elder spoke. He was older than Lu Shi, so he didn't hold back when he questioned him. Lu Shi raised his hand weakly. Jiang Pingji, who was beside him, sneered and said, "Do you need me to give you a reason? Plotting to kill a magistrate is a crime that warrants the execution of 9 generations. I've been merciful by not coming to settle the score with you personally. I didn't expect you to come here and complain first. You're indeed the local tyrant of Chongzhou. You're unscrupulous. You've really opened my eyes." The elder glanced at Jiang Pingji, who was dressed in women's clothing, and said with contempt, "What right do you have to speak here?" Jiang Pingji said, "I am the magistrate of Wanzhou. Do you think I have the right?" The aristocratic families of Chongzhou really had a good plan. You actually wanted to capture me and my daughter to claim credit from the royal court of the northern borderline. If I didn't have capable people protecting me by my side, would have been beheaded by now. The elder saw that Jiang Pingji was insisting that the aristocratic families of Chongzhou were up to no good. He was so angry that his blood pressure almost skyrocketed. "This is all slander." Jiang Pingji sneered. "Slander? How is it slander? You mean to say that I and my father purposely stabbed ourselves with a knife to slander you? Since you refuse to admit it, I'll show you the evidence." Someone said, "How can injuries be faked? Who knows if this is a conspiracy between you and your daughter?" Jiang Pingji said, "What's the use of quibbling? Show me the evidence. Let's see if you admit it or not." Having said that, Jiang Pingji waved her hand outside. A doctor carrying a medical box came forward. The man's hair and beard were all white. He was no stranger to everyone. The doctor's medical skills were superb. He was a doctor employed by the aristocratic families of Chongzhou. He had a close relationship with each family. Jiang Pingji's and Lu Shi's injuries were also treated by him. He knew the condition of their injuries the best. The doctor trembled as he told the truth. Lu Shi's injuries were relatively light, but Jiang Pingji's injuries were very serious. The 3 wounds were all close to vital parts. Who would risk their own lives for the sake of framing someone? At that moment, Liyun brought people over. The people behind him carried dozens of big boxes. He nodded at Jiang Pingji. Jiang Pingji received the hint and sneered in her heart. "These things were all found in your residence." As soon as she said the first sentence, the faces of the dozens of people below changed. They had just stepped out of the door when the soldiers outside barged in. They looked as if they were confiscating property. Jiang Pingji continued, "Take a look. Do these things belong to you?" The boxes were opened one by one. They were filled with bamboo slips, account books, land deeds, and a few letters. Chapter 893. Jiang Pingji's words were powerful and resonant. She spoke 90% truth mixed with 10% falsehood, forcibly turning black and white upside down. The group of people who were arrogant just a moment ago now seemed to be strangled by invisible hands. Their expressions were strange and comical. "Why? Did I say anything wrong?" Jiang Pingji had a cold smile on her face. Her emotionless eyes glanced at them. They didn't know if it was because they had a guilty conscience, but they always felt that Jiang Pingji's gaze was dense and sharp. They didn't dare to look her in the eye. Whoever she glanced at, that person would look away uncomfortably. Jiang Pingji sneered. Stacks of land deeds, books of accounts, and secret letters of treason. All of them were found in your residences. Why don't you tell me who they belong to? Why did they grow legs and come to your residences? Everyone's faces were ashen. They looked at the dozen or so huge boxes that could kill people. Not long after, their backs were covered in fine sweat. A noble lady said, "Your Excellency, please understand. These land deeds were bought from the people." Before she finished speaking, Jiang Pingji flung the sandalwood brocade fan in her hand at her face. She actually humiliated her in public without any mercy. Bought from the people. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. Jiang Pingji said it in a strange tone. After the noble lady heard it, she was angry, embarrassed, and resentful. She was humiliated by Jiang Pingji in public. Everyone's attention and gaze fell on her, giving her the illusion that there was a thorn in her back. If there was a crack on the ground at that moment, she couldn't wait to crawl into it and never come out. You can buy land worth 34 strings of coins for only a few hundred coins. Why haven't I come across such a cheap sale? Jiang Pingji suppressed her anger, but her eyes were already filled with murderous intent. If she could, she really wanted to kill all of them. The noble lady still wanted to quibble. A few years ago, the northern borderline stationed a large number of troops at the border. The people were ignorant and believed the rumors. They thought that the foreign tribes of the northern borderline were about to send troops to the south. To escape the flames of war, they sold their property and land at a low price. It wasn't by force. She still had some brains. She couldn't bear the crime of treason and treason. It would be better to work hard to whitewash themselves, and say that the land and houses were sold at a low price by the people themselves. Of course, such a pale and laughable excuse, not to mention others, even she herself did not believe it. The viewers in the live stream room mocked him as they gained a deeper understanding of how thick-skinned this person was. You ran Fij, I've lived for a long time. Does this person really treat others as fools? Or could it be that in her eyes, the common people were all retarded? An item worth 34 strings of coins was being sold at a low price of a few hundred coins. Where's your shame? Forgotten in his mother's womb. Mei Henyang, hee, I'm in a third-tier city, and the price of a house is about 9,000 per square meter. According to this woman, the people heard that the northern borderline was coming to fight, so they sold their houses for less than 300 per square meter. Even though the audience was experienced and knowledgeable, they were still shocked by the shamelessness of this aristocratic lady. Wei Kong, this person is so thick-skinned that even a Dongfeng missile can't penetrate it. For the common people in ancient times, the land was everything they had to support their families. Many people would rather die than sell their land, because they knew very well that as long as the land was still in their hands, they might still have a chance of survival. As long as there was life, there was no need to worry about firewood. With the land in their hands, they could grow food. If the land was taken away, they would not be far from starving to death. Food was a hard currency in a chaotic world. The more chaotic the world was, the higher the price of food. How much food could the money from selling their ancestral land at a low price be exchanged for in the end? It's not a forced sale. Do you dare to touch your black heart and say that again? Jiang Pingji's face revealed a trace of a smile. She said, at this point, the evidence is irrefutable, and you still dare to quibble. Use your eyes and take a good look at the people you secretly sold to the northern borderline. Who are they? In this world, where in the world would a seller sell their ancestral land and be beaten to a lowly status by the buyer, and then smuggled and sold to the northern borderline? Is it not enough that they sold their ancestral land, but they also sold themselves and willingly became slaves? This ridiculous nonsense should be passed on to the people of the world and let them judge. Jiang Pingji opened her mouth. Everyone's expression changed again and again. Their gazes changed from the original fear to deep fear. Although Jiang Pingji had just arrived in Chongzhou not long ago, she knew a lot of inside information about Chongzhou from Gu Axian. Gu Axian traveled north and south to do business, so he was the most well-informed. He had even come into contact with the human trafficking business run by the aristocrats of Chongzhou. Jiang Pingji had concrete evidence in her hands. They could not quibble. The noblewoman was so scared that her face turned pale. She said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "I wonder where you heard about this." Jiang Pingji glanced at her and said, "No matter where I heard it from, it's irrefutable evidence." Everyone felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Looking at the situation, Jiang Pingji did not intend to let them go. One of the clan elders secretly glared at the noblewoman and scolded her for being stupid. He said, "The matter of the people's land and residences can be put aside for now and discussed in the future. However, the matter of colluding with the enemy and selling the country must be thoroughly investigated no matter what. The most important thing now was not to clear their names and forcefully buy and sell the land. Once the matter of colluding with the enemy and selling the country was determined, it would definitely bring disaster to the entire clan. A light punishment would be confiscation of the family property, a heavy punishment would be the extermination of the entire clan." Jiang Pingji said, "This is all the evidence. What do you want to deny? If it's not colluding with the enemy and selling the country, how do you explain the fact that you took away the people's land and residences, banished them from good families, and sold them in batches to the northern borderline? Do you know what kind of life they lead in the northern borderline? Even animals live better than them. How do you explain these letters written by your clan leader himself?" Jiang Pingji opened a superstitious letter. The contents of the letter made the clan elder break out in a cold sweat. The current situation was very disadvantageous to them. Jiang Pingji was still aggressive. In their panic, they did not have the energy to carefully analyze the handwriting in the letter. Anyway, at first glance, it was indeed the handwriting they were familiar with. Even the signature was familiar. Could it be that the matter was true? Did the clan leader really collude with the people of the northern borderline behind the clan elder's back? But they occupied the land and residences only for the sake of wealth. They had no intention of betraying the country. In the words of the audience in the streaming room, if yellow mud fell into one's pants, it was still shit. They did not have the confidence to deny it. Chapter 894. Keep an eye on all of them. I'll investigate further. Jiang Pingji said to Fu Wang, "Before that, don't allow any of them to enter or leave the house or receive guests. Don't allow any servants to leave the city gate. If anyone is found to have violated the rules, kill them on the spot." Fu Wang said, "I understand." Jiang Pingji ordered people to keep the boxes and keep an eye on them day and night to prevent any mistakes. Lu Shi said, "Lanting, you're being too extreme. I'm worried that the aristocratic families in Chongzhou will act recklessly and start a mutiny." The aristocratic families that were killed were the bigger ones in Chongzhou. There were other small aristocratic families that were not involved. If Jiang Pingji made a big move, the small gentry clans would act upon hearing the news and think that they were threatened. Who knew what they would do? Jiang Pingji thought about it and said, "Father's worries are not unreasonable. That's why I didn't exterminate all of them. I'm just keeping them locked up. When they think it through and spit out what doesn't belong to them, I'll set them free. The aristocratic families in Chongzhou. We'll have time to settle the score in the future. They can escape today, but they can't escape tomorrow." Lu Shi nodded and said, "It's good that you think that way. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Only by judging the situation can one last." If Jiang Pingji's style of doing things was as fast as lightning, Lu Shi's style was silent. It was hard to say which was better. The former was fast and had many hidden dangers. The latter was slow, but it could reduce many twists and turns. Jiang Pingji seemed to have thought of something and reminded Lu Shi. "Father, third brother seems to like extravagant things." Lu Shi's face darkened. He said shamefully, maybe he didn't take good care of himself when he was young. He became like this. It was as if he had never seen a big scene before. He was startled by everything and wished he could hang all the good stuff on him. Lu Xiao's sword was inlaid with gold and silver and decorated with gems. He looked like a nouveau riche. Lu Shi tried to correct him a few times, but Lu Xiao refused to change. Jiang Pingji laughed and said, "Third brother is still young. There's plenty of time to train him. I mentioned him because I wanted to tell father to stay in the mansion for the next few days and not run around, so as to avoid being targeted by those villains who are desperate to take risks." Her actions had offended all the aristocratic families in Chongzhou. They had no way of retaliating against her. They couldn't touch Lu Shi, but it was hard to guarantee that they wouldn't target Lu Xiao. "I will be careful." Lu Shi nodded and added, "You be careful too." After leaving the main hall, Jiang Pingji heaved a sigh of relief. She was about to look for Feng Zhen and the others to discuss what to do next when she caught a glimpse of a head popping out from the corner of her eye. "Zhao, she called. Lu Zhao had changed into a new set of clothes. His style was just as noble and gorgeous, and he looked like a rich young man who had walked out of a painting. "Sister." Having been caught red-handed by Jiang Pingji, Lu Zhao was feeling guilty. When he heard how Jiang Pingji addressed him, his eyes lit up again. "What are you doing there?" "Of course I'm waiting for sister. There are some things that I'm not very clear about." Jiang Pingji asked, "What is it?" Lu Zhao hemmed and hawed for a while, his face almost turning red. Did they really do such a disgraceful thing?" Lu Zhao's eyes drifted and he asked very softly. Although he was the son of a concubine, he was from the Lu family of Hejin. His body was branded with the mark of the aristocratic families. Lu Zhao was proud of his family background. He had never thought that the aristocratic families were so glamorous on the surface, but they had done such dirty deeds behind the scenes. "Of course it's true. Zhao, you're not young anymore. Look for me in the future and let me bring you to see the outside world. If you really can't, look for the housekeeper and let him tell you what the real world is like. You're always in the backyard. What kind of knowledge can you have?" Lu Zhao's cheeks turned red. His eyes were filled with shame. Jiang Pingji continued, "The scandals that the aristocratic families in Chongzhou have done are far more than what I've revealed. Explain the facts one by one." Jiang Pingji added that they had colluded with the enemy and sold their country, but what was the difference between what they had done and colluded with the enemy and sold their country? Jiang Pingji's words could not be considered as wronging them. Lu Zhao laughed bitterly. He stammered, "Sister. Is our family like this too?" If that was the case, Lu Zhao really could not enjoy everything with a clear conscience. Jiang Pingji said, "Your family has a big business. Why would they need to do such immoral things? Only those who are greedy and have shallow knowledge will use all their energy to exploit and amass wealth. The people are like water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. Such a simple principle, yet no one understands it." Lu Zhao heaved a sigh of relief. He thought of the scene he had just seen. His heart was filled with indignation and anger. "Sister, you've only locked them up. Is there a next step? From what I see, their crimes can be exterminated." Although Lu Zhao was born bashful, his bones were tough. He even had a hint of abhorrence for evil. Jiang Pingji said, "There's no rush. We have to prioritize when we do things. If we want to settle accounts with them, we can do so at any time." Lu Zhao heard another meaning. Sister, was she planning to deal with them gently? She smiled and said, "The most important thing now is to take back the land in their hands, resettle the people of Chongzhou, and let them live in peace." One person's energy is limited. I can only take care of the people first. When the situation is completely stabilized, I will have the energy to deal with these vermin. If we only care about competing with them, the longer it drags on, the more the people will suffer. For Jiang Pingji, she could deal with the aristocratic families of Chongzhou at any time, but she could not let the suffering people continue to suffer. Lu Zhao was silent for a while. He did not expect Jiang Pingji to give such a reason. 2 flowers bloomed, one on each side. What happened in the prefecture government quickly spread throughout Chongzhou. Just as Lu Shi predicted, the small gentry families were trembling with fear and unease. However, Jiang Pingji caused such a huge commotion. In the end, she only locked them up and did not take any further actions. This action made people scratching their heads in confusion. At this critical juncture where everyone was in danger, the Cui family welcomed a special guest. I am a servant of the Lu Prefecture magistrate. I have been ordered to send the young Lang Jun back to his ancestral home. Feng Zhen was dressed in a neat and tidy scholarly robe. He wore a headpiece and restrained his frivolous expression. When he was serious, he looked rather noble. When the leader of the Cui family heard Feng Zhen's invitation, he hurriedly went out to welcome him. Jiang Pingji had told him early on that his wife had given birth to a son for him during the earthquake. The son did not die and was brought to Wanzhou's Xiangyang district by 2 loyal servants to be raised for 2 years. Ever since he received the news, he had been looking forward to it day and night. He was already burning with anxiety. He and Feng Zhen greeted each other and looked anxiously at the horse carriage behind Feng Zhen. The curtain of the carriage was lifted, revealing a small head. Chapter 895. Feng Zhen nodded with a smile and turned to reach out to the child. Come to uncle. Feng Zhen had a good relationship with the child. As soon as he said this, the child quickly smiled and reached out to him. Uncle Feng, he called out in a crisp voice. The voice fell to the ears of the Cui clan leader. It was like the sound of nature, but he could only watch as his son threw himself into Feng Zhen's arms. I apologize to master for not being able to protect madam. Before the Cui clan leader could restrain his sour heart, 2 kind-looking servants came down from the carriage behind and knelt in front of him. He knew these 2. One was the housekeeper of the wife's dowry, the other was a servant girl who was later chosen to be the child's wet nurse. How can mortals predict natural and man-made disasters? It was not easy to survive the earthquake in Shangjing. Sanyang is ultimately not blessed. Looking at the 2's plain clothes and slightly weathered faces, then thinking of the child's tender face and fine cotton clothes, the Cui clan leader couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He said, thanks to the 2 of you protecting your master loyally, there is a day I can reunite with my own son. Feng Zhen saw the Cui clan leader personally help the 2 loyal servants up and had a better impression of him. Thinking of this, he teased the child in his arms and said, that's your daddy. The child's eyeballs spun around, and then he chuckled as he called out, Daddy, causing the Cui clan's patriarch's heart to soften. It wasn't that the Cui clan didn't suspect the child's bloodline, but when the older generation saw the child's face, their doubts disappeared. It turned out that this child was extremely well-born and actually looked 60% like his father when he was young. The Cui clan leader's mother looked at him and couldn't help calling him her darling. The child and the 2 loyal servants were led to the backyard. Feng Zhen then stopped smiling and looked at the Cui clan leader meaningfully. Seeing this, the Cui clan leader quietly invited Feng Zhen to the main hall. Manager Feng, please. The Cui clan had lived in Chongzhou for a long time and relied on doing business between the northern borderline and Dongqing to prosper. They earned money from both sides and still managed to survive until now. It seemed that this young Cui clan leader was really the reincarnation of a vixen. Not only was he perceptive, he was also smart. Fengzhen thought that he would have to drop a few hints before the other party would understand. From the looks of it now, he didn't need to spend much effort at all. Fengzhen gracefully took his seat. Has Master Cui heard of the major events that have happened in the past few days? Since the head of the Cui clan was so agreeable, Fengzhen did not beat around the bush. Cui family head dismissed his attendants and muttered, "I've heard a little about it." How could he have only heard of it? His ears were about to go deaf from the bombardment. After spending so much time with his lord, Fengzhen started to like to play straight. Since you've heard of it, what do you think about it, family head Cui? Family head Cui hesitated for a moment. After a while, he said, "I do have some humble opinions, but I'm afraid that saying it will offend the prefecture overseer. Now that there's no one here in private, you can say whatever you want to say. My master has always been generous and benevolent, and is open to good advice." Master Cui sighed. More than a decade ago, the northern borderline foreign tribes took advantage of the political turmoil in Dongqing to launch a surprise attack on Chongzhou's Shangyu County. They captured and killed countless people. Although Master Yuanjing took back 3 cities, there are still 3 cities in the hands of the northern borderline that have yet to be returned. After the northern borderline grew stronger, they sent a large number of troops to the border to demonstrate their might, causing the people of Chongzhou to panic. Someone took the opportunity to spread rumors and took advantage of the situation, causing the people to become destitute and homeless. As for who it was, I'm sure Prefecture Overseer Feng knows. Developing to the situation today was not the work of a day and a night. Although the situation has improved after Prefecture Overseer Liu took office, it is still not a permanent solution. Fengzhen listened seriously, not showing any displeasure or anger on his face. This gave family head Cui some courage. He said tactfully, "The aristocratic families of Chongzhou have already become a force to be reckoned with. It's understandable that Prefecture Overseer Liu wants to take things slowly. Moreover, in the past few years, there have been some benefits. It's just that, the tumor can only be removed with strong medicine now. Prefecture Overseer Liu has put in a lot of effort, but the power in Chongzhou has already become a foregone conclusion. If we don't use external forces to forcefully break it, I'm afraid it will be difficult to cure." Although Liu Shi did not really like the Cui family, who were fence-sitters, family head Cui had a good impression of Liu Shi. Without Liu Shi's meticulous governance and multifaceted dealings, the situation in Chongzhou would only be worse. It could even give rise to the Tsing-Yi army or the Red Lotus group, which were evil sects among the people. It was a pity that Liu Shi was an external force, and he liked to take things slowly. He had been lying low, trying to take back all the power from the aristocratic families, but the effect was too slow. Interestingly, Liu Shi, who liked to take things slowly, had a hot-tempered daughter. The moment she came, she gave the aristocratic families of Chongzhou a slap. He then thought about how Jiang Pingji had contacted him in advance. Family head Cui keenly sensed something. He felt that if he grasped this opportunity, he might be able to push his family up a notch. With such a thought, he was so excited to see Fengzhen. His son was important, but the future of his family was more important. After the conversation, he felt that his guess was correct. Jiang Pingji had the intention to suppress the other aristocratic families in Chongzhou, but she had no intention of completely offending them. She definitely had to support the trusted forces that were close to her. Otherwise, she would not be able to pacify the aristocratic families in Chongzhou. Just as he was thinking, family head Cui heard Fengzhen say, "Because of this world needs people like my lord who are wholeheartedly for the people and are not afraid of power to stand up. What happened a few days ago was just an appetizer. Family head Cui, what kind of person do you think my lord is? Young and talented, with courage and insight that surpasses others. He is not inferior to his father. He did not say any unnecessary compliments to prevent himself from appearing too flattering. My lord has the intention to reorganize Chongzhou, but he has met with too much resistance. There are always people who think highly of themselves or are extremely stupid who try to stop him. That is indeed the case, family head Chui continued. I have also thought of helping the people, but I am powerless to change the situation. Not to mention that I am weak, I have to take care of the old and young at home, so I am unable to do my best. Now that there is a person like Magistrate Liu, there is hope for the people of Chongzhou. Feng Zhen said with admiration, family head Chui is also a man of character. It is not easy to have such a heart. I am ashamed. In the end, I still did not help much. Feng Zhen changed the topic. He said, if I really think that family head Chui is a smart person and should understand how to act according to the general trend, I will not say much. My lord and your son are also fated for a period of time. In terms of relationship, I am naturally closer to you. Hearing that, the smile on family head Chui's face grew brighter. He had also heard that his wife had been buried under the rubble to protect their child. It was only thanks to Jiang Pingji's full help that the child's life was saved. Jiang Pingji was the savior of the Chui family, and even more so, the savior of his eldest son. If the Chui family wanted to use this excuse to repay Jiang Pingji's kindness and return the favor, no one could blame them. Chapter 896. Master Chui was so understanding that Feng Zhen completed Jiang Pingji's task without much effort. He reported back to Jiang Pingji and told her the details of his meeting and conversation with the Chui family's master. Jiang Pingji thought about it and asked Feng Zhen, do you think this person is trustworthy? She had the intention to support the aristocratic families in her camp, but that was just a piece of candy. If the Chuis knew when to stop, she did not mind letting the Chuis reap the benefits and become a rising power in Chongzhou. If they were greedy and wanted to take both sides, she would not tolerate the Chuis. My lord, do you really think this person is trustworthy? Feng Zhen thought about it and said seriously, the Chuis started out as merchants. Because of their roots, they are not well received in Chongzhou. They are even lower than others in all aspects. My lord, you forcefully suppressed the aristocratic families in Chongzhou. For the Chuis, if the orthodox aristocratic families are suppressed, they will have a good opportunity to stand out. If my lord can support them, the Chuis will soar to the sky. Only when the aristocratic families in Chongzhou were suppressed could the second-class aristocratic families or commoner families have a chance to rise up. Under such circumstances, the Chuis could not continue to treat them like merchants. After all, they had seen Jiang Pingji's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Was it so easy to have a foot in two boats? If they were not careful, the boat would be destroyed and the people would die. The Chuis were rooted in Chongzhou. They did not dare to take the risk. Jiang Pingji tapped her fingers on the table. After thinking for a while, she finally agreed. You said that Chui Zhonghuan wanted me to give his little bean a name. Chui Zhonghuan was referring to Master Chui. His surname was Chui, and his first name was Yu. His courtesy name was Zhonghuan. Regardless of whether it was Yu or Huan, they both had the meaning of light. It was a good meaning. Feng Zhen smiled. Yes, but in my opinion, my lord should give him a nickname or a courtesy name that will be useful in the future. As for a proper name, it was better for Master Chui to come up with it himself. Feng Zhen had yet to experience Jiang Pingji's naming skills. He felt that his lord was well-read and had no problem with her literary talent. Reality proved that, give me a courtesy name or a nickname. It's better to give me a courtesy name. It makes me sound more solemn. How about Bai? Feng Zhen's mouth twitched. Qiguan Rang, who was handling documents, was even more direct. He accidentally pushed down a pile of bamboo slips. Master, are you serious? If I remember correctly, isn't that the name of the Han Mei family's horse? When he heard the name of the horse, Feng Zhen almost burst out laughing. Who came up with such a stupid name? Jiang Pingji smiled, her eyes shining with a teasing light. She said, of course it's to scare you. You might as well call it Fu Shou. I prepared this name for Huayu's family's second treasure, but looking at how he and Jingxian rarely spend time together, I think there won't be any good news from Huayu in the next few years. I'll give him another name in the future. With such a simple-minded name like Bye Bye, Feng Zhen didn't mind whether Fu Shou sounded good or not. After all, it had a good meaning. Perhaps this is the so-called vulgar is elegant. The name Fu Shou can also be used. To this day, Feng Zhen still did not understand a principle: being well-read did not equate to having outstanding literary talent. His lord was actually illiterate. Compared to Feng Zhen, who was kept in the dark, Qiguan Rang knew the truth. He said, it makes me feel that this longevity and Huayu's daughter, Changxing, have a similar meaning. Both had a good meaning, but in reality, it was unbearably vulgar. Feng Zhen was puzzled. He signaled Qiguan Rang with his eyes, asking him to explain. Qiguan Rang said, simply put, if you don't want your child to bear an indescribable name, don't look for the Lord. Although it was an honor to be given a name by the Lord, it could not be done to the child, right? For example, Qiguan Rang did not look for Jiang Pingji when he wanted to name his daughter. Instead, he privately flipped through many ancient books. Who knew if the Lord would come up with names like Shuangxi, Ruian, or Shunfeng? He only had one precious daughter. Qiguan Rang could not bear to harm his daughter. Feng Zhen's expression, it was really hard to explain. The next day, the head of the Cui family, Cui Yu, personally visited. Not only did he bring his eldest son, but he also brought a big gift for Jiang Pingji. The Cui family's Pledge of Allegiance. Looking at the Pledge of Allegiance, Jiang Pingji had a better understanding of the current head of the Cui family, Cui Yu. He was a politician who had been delayed by business. Not only did he have a keen sense of smell and far-sighted vision, but he also had unimaginable courage and decisiveness. It was a pity that this kind of opportunistic businessman could only share blessings, not trials and tribulations, let alone a heart-to-heart. Once Jiang Pingji lost power or was unable to bring more benefits to the Cui family, the Cui family would most likely look for a more suitable partner. After jumping ship, they would kick her out. The reason the Cui family was willing to accept the olive branch from Jiang Pingji was mostly because she had slaughtered a group of Chongzhou aristocrats. If she had not done that, the Cui family would still thank her for saving their lives, but they would never bet on her. Head of the Cui family, what do you mean by this? Jiang Pingji pretended to be puzzled. She looked at the land deeds and slave sale contracts that Cui Yu had presented. Her lips curled into a mysterious smile. Cui Yu said, now that the world is in chaos, the people have no way to make a living. At the critical moment of the country's crisis, those greedy vermin unexpectedly took the opportunity to exploit the people. They are the vermin of the country. I am alone and can't stop them. I can only do what I can to comfort them. I heard that the officials' benevolent and righteous move is to station fields at the border and train the army to defend against the northern borderline. It is really a blessing for the people of Chongzhou. I do not have a lot of assets, but I started my business with the people. How can I forget my roots? I only hope that the official will save the people from the disaster. The smile on Jiang Pingji's face grew wider. Everyone liked to hear compliments, and she was no exception. She had to admit that Cui Yu's business boasting was very pleasant to her ears. Jiang Pingji then picked up the account book and carefully looked at the things listed on it. The Chui family left behind the clan's sacrificial field and even rented a portion of the fertile land that they bought at a fair price to her for free. Of course, the proportion of these fields was not large. The largest proportion was the fertile land that they bought from the people. However, compared to the previous aristocrats, the Chui family still had some conscience. Although they lowered the price, they only lowered it by 30%. It was better than those ruthless people who lowered the price by 30 or 40 times. Now, in order to gain Jiang Pingji's trust and be put in an important position, the Chui family gifted this portion of the land to Jiang Pingji. Apart from the fertile land, there was also a lot of uncultivated land. Most of these places did not have anything good, but they were vast and suitable as bases for the troops. Apart from that, there were many contracts that sold themselves. She roughly looked at them and realized that these contracts were all for the people of Chongzhou. Jiang Pingji raised her eyelids and looked at Cui Yu. She questioned him silently with an imposing manner. Cui Yu was stunned for a moment and immediately said, "Official, these contracts are for the people of Chongzhou who were sold to the northern borderline. The Cui family's words are light and do not dare to provoke them. They can only secretly use their connections to secretly buy back a batch and send them to other places to be settled." After he said that, a smile appeared on Jiang Pingji's face again. Chapter 897. Cui Yu could not have asked for more. Only those of the same generation or elders who had a good relationship with him could call him by his courtesy name. Jiang Pingji's question was a hint of intimacy. If it had been another woman, Cui Yu might have misunderstood, but since it was Jiang Pingji, he dared not. There was no other reason. He did not realize that the other party was a woman, and even subconsciously ignored her. When he faced Jiang Pingji, he always had the illusion that he was facing the emperor. The prestige of the Tian family, perhaps it's nothing more than this. Before he realized it, the back of his shirt was already soaked with sweat. A straightforward person doesn't resort to insinuations. Since all of you think so highly of me, I naturally can't be stingy. Jiang Pingji accepted Mrs. Cui's pledge of allegiance without any psychological pressure. Next, it was time to let Mrs. Cui see her determination. Have you heard of the bamboo paper in Hejin County? Cui Yu's heart suddenly trembled. He was so shocked that his eyes went round and his tongue went numb. He almost forgot how to speak. Hejin bamboo paper. How could he not have heard of it? The Cui clan made their fortune through business. Although they already had some reputation and heritage, they were still merchants in the end and were not taken seriously by others. The more it was like this, the more the Cui clan wanted to ascend to a higher level. Things like bamboo paper could only be touched by noble families. It wasn't that the Cui family didn't have the money to buy it, but they didn't even have the qualification to order it. He was anxious, and a bold idea circled in his mind. Could it be that Lu Shi was going to give up the profits from the bamboo paper? Even if it was just a piece of the cake, it was enough for Cui's to digest. However, this thought did not exist for long before Cui Yu forcefully suppressed it. Based on the intuition of a merchant, the woman in front of him could not be underestimated, nor could she be judged by the secular standards. For some people, the more you wanted something from them, the more they wouldn't give it to you. On the contrary, there might be a windfall. Cui Yu said, "The Hejin bamboo paper is a treasure sought after by all the famous people in the world. I have naturally heard of it." Jiang Pingji said, "My mother has been intelligent and quick-witted since she was young. The bamboo paper was created based on Kai Ho's paper. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of the materials, they were unable to mass-produce them. His mother often said that bamboo paper wasn't something that only one family had. It's just that she's afraid that someone will use it to create trouble, so she's been hiding the craftsmanship of bamboo paper. It's not that she's selfish and doesn't want to teach it to others." Chui Yu had no way of verifying whether Gu Min had said those things, so he just let Gu Min say whatever she wanted. Chui Yu's heart skipped a beat, almost skipping a beat. He nervously swallowed his saliva. It was clear that he was already cheering in his heart, but on the surface, he had to maintain his composure. The implication of Jiang Pingji's words was very clear. She was satisfied with Chui's performance this time, so she allowed Chui to have a share of the big cake of bamboo paper. Jiang Pingji continued, "This is my mother's unfulfilled wish. As her daughter, I naturally have to inherit it." However, just like what his mother had been worried about, the biggest problem in mass production of bamboo paper was the raw materials. If we don't have enough raw materials, mass production will be useless. Hearing this, Chui Yu's heart sank to the bottom again. Great joy was followed by great sorrow. It was too exciting. Without waiting for Chui Yu to speak, Jiang Pingji sighed. "In order to fulfill my mother's dying wish, I personally went to investigate and experiment. I really found something that could perfectly replace the bamboo paper." He had started experimenting a few years ago, and the paper-making technology had already matured. As long as there are no problems with the raw materials, mass production will no longer be difficult. I don't say that everyone in the world can afford to use paper, but at least middle-class families won't have to continue using heavy bamboo slips. If Chui Yu's mood could be drawn into a picture, it would probably be like a roller coaster. The ups and downs could cause a heart attack. Jiang Pingji asked someone to bring a stack of cut rice paper. Chui Yu's eyes were glued to it. He had been modest before, but Chui's were rich. If they spent a high price and used their connections, they could always buy some from irregular channels. As the head of the Chuis, he had naturally used bamboo paper before. Just by looking at it, he knew that the improved bamboo paper that Jiang Pingji mentioned was not inferior to the quality of the top bamboo paper. If he could really get a share, would the Chuis just take a step forward? It was obviously a big step that would burst his crotch. Maybe Zhonghuan doesn't know, but I want to rebuild the Jinling Pavilion. Although I dare not compare with the Jinling Pavilion of the previous dynasty, it's not much worse. I plan to use this paper to bind all the books in the Jinling Pavilion. At that time, I will need a huge amount of paper. I dare not easily entrust this matter to someone who is not my confidant. Jiang Pingji said, "I wonder if Zhonghuan is willing to lend me a hand." She said so much, but the last sentence was far more attractive to Chui Yu. He could not wait to nod his head and immediately answer loudly, "Yes, yes, yes." 1,000 times, 100 times, he was willing. However, he had to be reserved. Thus, Chui Yu forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart and said reservedly, "It's my wish, but I dare not ask." Jiang Pingji's face was full of smiles. The livestream audience was stunned. Wudong King, what's this? Please translate. Luoqing Yimo, it's just that I dare not ask for it. This is my wish. Shun Feng Express, I only care about one thing. The streamer won't hand over the papermaking technique so easily, will she? Jiang Pingji accidentally saw the bullet screen and could not help but laugh in her heart. Why would she do such a stupid thing? She clearly knew that Chui was a businessman. Why would she reveal her trump card at such a time? She agreed to let Chui's participate in the papermaking process, but she did not say that she would hand over the core technique. She would only use their manpower. When the rice paper was mass-produced and the paper's price came down from the altar, she would not mind handing over the technique to Chui's. Now, the rice paper was the carrot that she had hooked. It was specially used to lure Chui's, the greedy donkey, so that it would stare at the carrot to quench its thirst. Even so, Jiang Pingji's conditions were far beyond Chui's expectations. They were deeply grateful. Sometimes, when you give too much, people may not remember your good deeds. Only when you give them little by little, will they know how precious the things they have in their hands are. Half a month passed like that. The city was still under martial law. The heavily guarded soldiers did not retreat. The few families that were under house arrest could not even hold a funeral. Many of the young gentry felt their buttocks burning. They could not sit still anymore. At this moment, two pieces of news bombarded the circle of friends of the gentry in Chongzhou. To be precise, the second piece of news was too important. In comparison, the first piece of news was insignificant. The first piece of news was that the Chuis of Chongzhou, whom they had previously looked down on, had boarded Lu Shi's ship. They had completely chosen to stand on her side. They did not care whether the Chuis stood on their side or not. In many people's eyes, they were just toads that were vainly trying to become one of the top aristocratic families in Chongzhou. The second piece of news was that the Chuis, who had chosen to stand on their side, handed over a proof of allegiance and obtained the right to sell the bamboo paper and rice paper from Lu Shi. What was even more shocking was that after 5 years of cooperation between the two parties, the Chuis could still obtain the production technique of the two types of paper from Jiangpingji. Knowing the contents of the proof of allegiance that the Chuis handed over, the gentry clans beat their chests and stamped their feet. Chapter 898. Reality had proven that opportunities were only given to those who were prepared and those who were extremely lucky. If one did not have European blood, then it was better to be prepared. Who knew when the opportunity would come? The incident with the Chuis quickly spread among the circle of friends of the gentry in Chongzhou. There were many who were envious and jealous. The group of people who were originally trembling with fear were now scratching their heads and thinking about how to get a share of the spoils. They did not ask for the same treatment as the Chuis, but they should at least get a share of the spoils. The gentry were used to reading people's minds. Jiang Pingji did not need to say it clearly. She only needed to let out some news and they would follow the scent. Because of the exploitation of the fields and the slave trade, she relied on the fact that she had a strong army in her hands and ruthlessly attacked the aristocratic families of Chongzhou. Now that the Chuis were rushing to deliver the fields, she was all smiles and praised the Chuis greatly. She even had the intention to support the Chuis' rise to power. What did this mean? It meant that Jiang Pingji wanted to take back the fields that belonged to the people. If they did not give it to her, she would keep them locked up and see who could outlast the other. If Jiang Pingji was strong, the gentry would definitely stick together under the pressure of survival and work together to fight against her. However, the Chuis chose to rely on Jiang Pingji. Because of this, they gained huge benefits that far exceeded what they had invested. As a result, the gentry began to mutter in their hearts. Instead of killing 1,000 enemies and sacrificing 800 of their own, it would be better to fight for a win-win situation. Of course, those who had such thoughts were mostly from mediocre families. As for the gentry who flaunted their nobility, they would rather break than bend. Want them to give in? Sure, let Jiang Pingji personally visit them. Even if it was not 3 visits, she had to make 2 trips to give them face. Otherwise, there would be no discussion. With such thoughts in mind, different voices emerged in the circle of friends of the gentry in Chongzhou. Naturally, they could not stick together. Build virtue with kindness, build authority with strictness, reward for merit, and punish for mistakes. This is the way to govern. Qiguan Rang finished his work and leisurely brewed tea for himself. Hearing the report from his subordinate, he smiled and said to Jiang Pingji, "My lord's tactics are becoming more and more sophisticated." Jiang Pingji snorted. Although she did not say anything, the curl of her lips revealed her feelings. Qiguan Rang knew that his lord was in a good mood. Her expression was just like his daughter's when she was praised by her parents. Jiang Pingji felt that her subordinates seemed to have misunderstood her. She tried to clear her name. It's better to be straight than to do things. Your lord isn't the kind of stubborn person who won't turn back until she hits a brick wall. If being flexible can reduce trouble, I won't disdain to do it. Qiguan Rang smiled but said nothing. He had known Jiang Pingji for more than 6 years. It could even be said that he had watched her grow up. How could he not know the changes in her? Jiang Pingji was not anxious at all. She sat on the fishing platform calmly and smiled as she watched the group of fishes fighting for their own interests. The aristocratic families that she had placed under house arrest earlier were also dumbfounded. In their script, Jiang Pingji should be boycotted by the aristocratic families of Chongzhou. They should exert pressure on her and force her to submit. When Jiang Pingji could not take it anymore, she would release them from house arrest. They could then take the opportunity to guide public opinion and clear their names once and for all. Who could tell them what was going on? Why was reality so different from the script they had read? A loud bang broke the sorrowful atmosphere. The people who were sobbing softly were so frightened that they did not dare to make a sound. The gloomy and heavy morning hall was hung with white banners and white silk. A coffin made of gold-threaded nanmu was placed in the middle. Because the entire clan was placed under house arrest on the clan land, not only could they not hold a grand funeral, they could not even bury the coffin. After some inquiries, they found out that the aristocratic families of Chongzhou were wavering in their stance. The hot-tempered clan elder exploded on the spot and threw his cup in anger. Son of the Liu family. You've gone too far. The white-haired clan elder was so angry that he was about to have a heart attack. The muscles on his face twitched strangely. Clan elder, what should we do now? Liu Shi obviously doesn't want to let us off easily. Are we supposed to keep him under house arrest and prevent the old master from being able to rest in peace? It has been dragged on for more than 20 days. If it continues to drag on, I'm afraid it will be difficult for the deceased husband's resentment to dissipate. The widow wore mourning clothes and mourning clothes. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her delicate and pitiful demeanor added to her charm. The clan elder said fiercely, even if the resentment is difficult to dissipate, it's still seeking revenge on Liu Shi. Why are you panicking? Women just don't have any experience. Shut your mouth. Liu Shi knows that if he wants to snatch it by force, once he gives in, the consequences will be unimaginable. Can you bear such a huge responsibility? The woman had never had her own views. Her husband favored his concubine and neglected his wife. She did not dare to fight for anything for herself. Now that her husband had passed away and she had no children, she was even more helpless. As the wife of the royal family, she was scolded and insulted by the clan elder in public. In a daze, she looked at the coffin in the hall and cried even more miserably. She was not crying for losing her husband. She was crying for her dark and unknown future. She had no children, her husband was dead, and the direct line of descent was lost. She was no longer the wife of the royal family. Similar scenes played out in the various clans. One by one, they scolded Jiang Pingji. They held on to the land in their hands and refused to let go. Jiang Pingji did not care much. With the Chui's Pledge of Allegiance, she received many more pledges of allegiance over the next few days. The land that she obtained was not considered fertile, but it was more than enough to train the troops, build a military camp, and set up a paper-making workshop. As for farming, she brought her people to investigate the field. She studied the situation at the borders and the geography of various places. She chose 4 key districts for farming. Because a few of the aristocratic families in Chongzhou were placed under house arrest, many places had vacancies. After Jiang Pingji picked and chose, she either threw the positions to the small aristocratic families that sought refuge with her and let them have a taste of the sweetness. Or, she placed the people she had groomed in the positions and let them practice. After a round of beating and bestowing favors, the atmosphere in Chongzhou changed. Anyone who thought that they had 9 lives could come and see if she would kill them or not. Without this as a backing, who would give in to her? Jiang Pingji ruthlessly reorganized the forces in Chongzhou. She pulled in one group and beat another. Then, she cultivated her own forces. She was having a lot of fun. Based on this situation, the aristocratic families in Chongzhou will suffer a great loss. Wei Ci received the news and was not surprised. TSK. Thinking about Hu County in his previous life, she was even more ruthless. She surrounded them at night and massacred the aristocratic families. It was a huge case that shocked the court. At that time, the prestige of the court was at rock bottom. The officials and the military pushed the blame to each other. Instead, she took advantage of the situation. She caused such a huge commotion. There were countless people who condemned her, but nothing happened in the end. In comparison, Chongzhou only lost a few leading aristocratic families. That was a blessing to their ancestors. Chapter 899. Wei Ci could not help but laugh. How could it not be refreshing to cut through the Gordian knot? This was his lord's usual style. He accidentally learned of the courtesy name Jiang Pingji had given to Cui Yu's eldest son. He was silent for a while. Fu Shou. This is a good name with a profound meaning. Wei Ci only said this and his emotions were in turmoil for a long time. However, the knot in his heart had been mostly resolved. He felt uncomfortable for a while before letting it go. Mr. Wei, my lord specially asked me to deliver a letter to you. It is now in your room. Wei Ci was surprised. He put down the bamboo slip in his hand and looked up at the messenger. His lord had a secret letter for him. It must be an important matter. How could she leave it in his room? Servants usually came in and out to clean. If he accidentally lost the secret letter and delayed his lord's important matter, what should he do? Wei Ci hurriedly put down his work and walked quickly to his room. There was indeed a letter on the coffee table. With a serious face, he removed the seal and picked up the letter inside. He opened it and read it. Wei Ci froze on the spot as if his acupuncture points had been hit. Even his expression became unnatural. His ears were bloodshot. There were no important secrets written in it, but for Wei Ci, it was far more important than secrets. There were only 5 words written on the huge letter. The handwriting was strange. Each word looked round, but Wei Ci was very familiar with it. Whenever that person was in a very good mood, she liked to use this special style of writing. Zixiao, I miss you. Miss, Wei Ci recovered from the shock and hurriedly got up from the table. He almost pressed down on his sleeves and staggered. He looked around guiltily. After making sure that there was no one, he folded the letter and stuffed it into the envelope. He secretly hid it in a brocade box. There was nothing special in the box. It was all Wei Ci's personal belongings that he brought with him wherever he went. For example, an old embroidered sachet, a painting he drew when he had nothing better to do, a brightly preserved rabbit fur cloak. Now there was another letter. He had originally wanted to place the letter on the top of the box, but when he thought of his bad friend by his side, he was afraid that there would be another scene of Feng Jin sleeping with him, so he stuffed the letter into the inner layer of his foldable cloak. It was like he was destroying a corpse and then returning everything to its original position. Because of this letter, Wei Ci's state of mind was in a mess. He could not even sleep peacefully. That night, he had a very strange dream. When he woke up, he could still see the other person's lips moving in front of him. You can name the characters in the future. This was no longer a question of a name. It was a question of whether or not it was horrifying. Wei Siji asked himself, dreams are born from the heart. Could it be that I also have such rebellious thoughts subconsciously? He never had an answer to this question. My lord is in a good mood today. Could it be that those stubborn people are finally willing to give in? Feng Zhen lifted his sleeves to hide his yawn. His eyes were almost squinted into slits, and the word, sleepy, was written all over his face. Jiang Pingji smiled. I had a good dream yesterday. So it was just a beautiful dream, causing him to be happy for nothing. Feng Zhen pretended to pound his shoulders exaggeratedly and complained, if they still refuse to admit defeat, even if it's icy weather, the corpses that have been left there for more than a month will probably decompose by now. Why bother? They've already lost the best opportunity to resist, and now they're just struggling on the verge of death. A centipede dies, but it doesn't fall down. We can't let our guard down. We still have to be on guard. Jiang Pingji knew what the aristocrats were capable of. As long as she didn't completely beat them into submission or cripple them, as long as they bore a grudge, they would one day secretly bite back at her. If they knew what was good for them, Jiang Pingji could still let them struggle at death's door for a while. If they didn't, she could only use extreme measures to get rid of them all. She wanted to stabilize her power in the north, and someone had to be sacrificed. I know the severity of the matter. My lord, you can rest assured. This winter was destined to be turbulent for Dongqing. Jiang Pingji ruled Chongzhou and Hu County, and Lu Shi retreated behind the scenes. The heroes of the world responded in silence. They could see clearly that Jiang Pingji was now fully deserving of her position as the overlord of the north. If she could gain a firm foothold before the next spring and absorb as much of the connections and power that Lu Shi had left behind, no one in Dongqing would be able to compete with her. The fake Emperor Prince Changshou couldn't, the Su family from Zhe County couldn't, the Meng family from Cangzhou couldn't, and the imperial court that was struggling at death's door in Chenzhou couldn't either. Just the thought of her current territory made Dongqing's feudal lords breathless. She issued a recruitment order, built the Golden Scale Pavilion, gave books to the world's famous scholars, and was willing to write books for the world's scholars. No matter which one of these four matters were thrown out, it would cause all the forces to be in an uproar. Let's talk about the recruitment notice first. It wasn't something that just anyone could make. The first person was a sage 700 years ago. He sought talents for reform, swept away the chaos in the world, and stabilized the world. The second was the founder of the Xia dynasty. Under the advice of Prime Minister Huangfu, he built a platform to recruit talents. This was also one of the reasons why he could stand out in the chaos of the 16 kingdoms and unify China. If not for the recruitment order, the chaos of the 16 kingdoms could have continued for more than 100 years. Now, it was the turn of the daughter of the Lu family to follow the example of the sage. It was terrifying to think about it. Moreover, the construction of the Golden Scale Pavilion allowed the commoners to borrow books for free. This touched the nerves of many aristocrats and caused them to condemn them. However, even if they thought that the commoners were not qualified to read the books of the sages, they could not say it out loud. Therefore, they used the former Prime Minister Huangfu Xiu as a breakthrough point. He had been dead for hundreds of years. Because of Jiang Pingji, he was dragged out, verbally whipped, and killed by many aristocrats. Everyone said that Prime Minister Huangfu was a star of calamity. The chaos of the 16 kingdoms for more than 200 years was also caused by him. They cursed him for threatening the young lord, mobilizing troops without authorization, and even said that he established his own government and had the intention to rebel. If Xia Gaozong had not endured hardship and endured humiliation, how could he have killed the traitor? Looking through the history books, traitors ended up being dismembered and cooked. Lu Shi, who dared to imitate him in building the Golden Scale Pavilion, naturally would not have a good ending. After a round of scolding, those who did not know would think that Jiang Pingji dug up their ancestral graves. In conclusion, Jiang Pingji definitely had the intention to rebel. If she did not get rid of it now, she would definitely harm the people in the future. It would be too late by then. It was an impassioned declaration. It was a pity that there was only one group of people scolding. How could the people of the world not know why they were so enthusiastic in their scolding? As for gifting books to the world's famous scholars and being willing to write books for the people of the world, in the eyes of others, these two were no different from hype. Only a fool would believe it. Not long after, many people were slapped in the face. The world's famous teacher, Yuan Jing, personally went to Wanzhou. He and Qing discussed the beginner's teaching materials. The leader of the Feng family in Xiangyang, Feng Ren, gave tens of thousands of books to the unbuilt Golden Scale Pavilion. He also joined the development team of beginners teaching materials. Of these two people, one was the model of a famous scholar, and the other was the model of the aristocrats. They were both big shots. In ancient times, when information was backward, the effect of celebrities was unusually powerful. With Feng Ren and Yuan Jing, two living advertisements, would their die-hard fans not buy it? Chapter 900. The late emperor passed away and the young emperor succeeded the throne. Dongqing valued filial piety. Naturally, they would not change the year right after they succeeded the throne. Therefore, the matter of changing the year name had been delayed from the beginning of the year to the first day of the new year. Therefore, the new year was also known as the first year of Qingzong. If it was a peaceful era, such a big event like changing the year would be a cause for celebration. However, it was different now. Dongqing was divided, the feudal lords were divided, and the reputation of the court was at rock bottom. To put it bluntly, the young emperor's edict could only be effective in the vicinity of Qinzhou. It was just a roll of yellow cloth anywhere else. As the lord, Jiang Pingji should receive the New Year's greetings from the officials in the state capital. However, the state capital of Wanzhou had not been built yet. There were still many things for her to deal with in Qinzhou and Hu County. The officials were so busy that they wanted the people to have a good new year. When the people under her rule reunited with their families, Jiang Pingji, Lu Shi, and Lu Zhao gathered for a simple dinner. Happy New Year! Jiang Pingji changed into a new set of clothes and accepted the New Year's gift from Lu Shi with a smile. Father, Happy New Year! Lu Zhao was still dressed like a rich young master. He was more particular about his clothes and accessories. Not to mention the material of his clothes, just the flower and bird fan in his hand was made of silk and the frame of the fan was made of sandalwood. It was exquisite like a work of art. Sister, Happy New Year! Lu Zhao said his New Year's greetings and looked at Jiang Pingji eagerly. He liked elegant and rich things. His daily clothes and accessories had to be perfumed before he wore them. The daily expenses were not small. Lu Zhao's life was tight with the fixed monthly allowance given by Lu Shi. He looked forward to getting a big red envelope from Jiang Pingji during the new year. Jiang Pingji could not help but smile. She replied with her greetings but did not take out the big red envelope that Lu Zhao had expected. Lu Zhao was speechless. He felt wronged. Did he have to continue eating dirt next month? When Lu Zhao was discouraged, Jiang Pingji said, I have sent someone to send it to your room. Lu Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. He wanted to shout, Long live sister. Lu Shi was rather displeased. He is always chasing dogs and fighting cocks. He is ignorant and incompetent. If you continue to spoil him, he will rely on you in the future. Lu Zhao was most afraid of Lu Shi. Hearing him reprimand him, he quickly hid behind Jiang Pingji. Fortunately, Jiang Pingji was tall. Otherwise, how could she block Lu Zhao? Jiang Pingji smiled and said, "So be it. It's not like I can't afford to raise him. Sister, if that's the case, can you ask father to give me a raise?" Not only did Lu Zhao depend on his sister, but he also depended on his father. What made people sad and indignant was that after gnawing on him, he was still a Moonlight Clan member. It couldn't be helped. He liked to live an exquisite and luxurious life, so his daily expenses were naturally not small. Lu Shi's face twitched. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't wear his sword during the new year, he would have drawn his sword and let Lu Zhao know why the flowers were so red. "You're a man, yet you're so keen on living off a woman. Can't you have some backbone?" There were only 3 people at the New Year's banquet, but this was Lu Zhao's first time celebrating the New Year with so many people. In the past, in the backyard of the Lu residence, Madame Gu Zhen was bedridden and Madame Hu did not like to see him. Even on a big day like the New Year, he would stay in his courtyard and eat the dinner prepared by the servants. In his eyes, there was nothing special about the New Year except that there were more rations. Lu Shi glared at Lu Zhao. "Come over early tomorrow to pay your respects." Lu Zhao's expression instantly collapsed. Ever since Lu Shi retreated behind the scenes and handed over all the government affairs to Jiang Pingji, his life had been completely idle. At first, he was not used to it, but after a long time, he felt happy. Every day, he would fish, walk the dog, play with the birds, visit friends, read and paint. He was happy, but Lu Zhao was completely gloomy. Once the old man was idle, he always liked to find things for himself to do. Lu Zhao's life became more and more difficult. Every day, he was asked to do his homework. Due to his authority, he obeyed for a while. After a long time, he could not stand it anymore. He simply ran to Jiang Pingji's place to seek refuge. His biological sister was indeed his biological sister. Not only did she not protect him, but she also tied him up and sent him back to Lu Shi to receive education in love. Hearing Lu Shi ask him to pay his respects early tomorrow, Lu Zhao's scalp went numb. "Sister, save me," Lu Zhao lowered his voice and shook Jiang Pingji's sleeves. His eyes sent out a signal for help. Amidst the howls of the audience in the streaming room, "So cute, let Auntie rub you," and, "Streamer, you lack a sister-in-law," Jiang Pingji unceremoniously sold Lu Zhao out. She dodged sideways and heartlessly abandoned Lu Zhao, who had sent out the signal for help, leaving him to Lu Shi to deal with. On the 7th day of the new year, the market reopened. Xiangyang district was Jiang Pingji's original foundation. Under her painstaking management, it had been expanded again and again. Not only had the city walls been expanded, but the surrounding villages had also been included in the outer city and reorganized. Xiangyang district was now one of the most prosperous areas in the north. After the new year, the number of people on the streets increased sharply. Apart from the locals, there were also many figures of outsiders. These outsiders were all Dongqing students who came because of its reputation. Some were from aristocratic families, while others were from poor families. In their usual impression, Xiangyang district should be a remote and backward small town. After experiencing the double suppression of the Tsingyi army and the Red Lotus group, it should be desolate and cold. Beyond their expectations, ever since they entered Wanzhou, the scenery they saw made them suspicious. Suspicious of what? They were suspicious of what year it was now. It was clearly a chaotic time, but in Wanzhou, it was a scene of prosperity. There were wars everywhere in Dongqing, and there were constant conflicts between the feudal vassals. Outside Wanzhou, they could see refugees dressed in rags. Once they crossed the border, they could see well-proportioned fields and straw in the middle of the fields. Occasionally, they could see hard-working commoners and urchins. After entering the city, they couldn't believe their eyes. The streets were neatly planned, the eaves were arranged neatly, the houses on the left and right were exquisite and elegant. The vendors on the street were all in high spirits, their faces glowing. Not only were they in good spirits, but the clothes they wore were also very clean. There were few patches on them. Happy New Year! In the streets and alleys, joyous celebrations could be heard everywhere. Happy New Year! A little girl in a red coat stood by the side of the road. She raised her head and looked at the vendor who was carrying the goods in a daze. The vendor didn't hear her at first, but the little girl shouted again seriously. After a while, she gulped down a mouthful of saliva. The peddler finally noticed the little girl, and when he saw her delicate face, his expression became even gentler. Seeing that the little girl was staring at the honey hawthorn fruits he had made, he smiled and took one for her. Happy New Year! Take it and eat it. Just by looking at the child's attire, he knew that he was from a wealthy family. Thank you. The little girl grinned and took the New Year's gift from the vendor. Before she could put it into her mouth, a weak-looking boy appeared beside her. The boy looked only 6 or 7 years old. He was thin, but his expression was very mature. The corners of his lips were tightly pursed. Uncle, you have to do business too. You can't take advantage of others. He raised one hand and took the little girl's hand. With his other hand, he took out a few coins from the money bag at his waist and gave it to the vendor. After saying that, he led the little girl away. The peddler took the money. Seeing the boy's attire and the book basket on his shoulder, he exclaimed in hindsight. Chapter 901. The outsider heard it and asked in surprise, "What Golden Scale Academy?" The peddler straightened his chest and said proudly, "It's an academy built by our prefecture magistrate." The outsider was also a scholar from a poor family who came because of its reputation. He had noticed the little girl in the red coat early on. After all, dyeing techniques were very low nowadays. The brighter the color, the more expensive it was. Those who could afford to wear such a bright red coat must be rich and extraordinary. Seeing that there was no servant by the girl's side, his sense of justice was triggered. He was afraid that someone would kidnap the child, so he stopped for a while. The person asked the peddler doubtfully, "When did the prefecture magistrate of Lu build an academy? Didn't he just build Golden Scale Pavilion?" "It was built a month ago. It's a place for children to study." It turned out to be a private school to teach children. Little did they know that it was not an ordinary private school. The reason for the establishment of Golden Scale Academy could be traced back to a few months ago. Yuan Jing, Qing Qing, Feng Ren, and 2 other highly respected scholars formed the initial teaching material compilation team. However, the teaching materials they compiled were too obscure for adults, let alone for children to learn. Jiang Pingji directly rejected their first version of the plan. She mentioned it unintentionally, prompting them to have the idea of opening an academy for children. They were knowledgeable, so they naturally felt that the beginner's teaching material was extremely shallow. However, children without any foundation would not understand. If they could not let the children understand, wouldn't their beginner's teaching material be useless? After careful consideration, they wanted to find a group of young children and test the beginner's teaching material on them. To put it bluntly, they would be lab rats. Jiang Pingji was happy to see it happen. She waved her hand and allocated land for them. She connected the original residences and turned them into an academy. She was too lazy to think of the name of the academy, so she directly used the name Golden Scale Pavilion. As for the source of students, Jiang Pingji was not worried. She directly selected children of suitable age from the orphans of the fallen soldiers. There were not only boys but also girls. This decision caused a few scholars to object, but Jiang Pingji shut their mouths with righteousness. She said, "They are all orphans of heroes. What's the difference in their identities? Some of the soldiers died young and had only one daughter. Their fathers fought for me. How can I treat their descendants differently because of their gender? Wouldn't it disappoint people if this got out?" Now that he said it, it seemed to make sense. After several rounds of careful selection, the first batch of students of the Golden Scale Academy had been selected. Their average age ranged from 5 to 7 years old. There were 100 boys and 100 girls. When Feng Zhen heard about this, he hurriedly made a scene with Jiang Pingji and stuffed his son inside. He was far away in Chongzhou and wouldn't be able to return to Wanzhou for the next few years. He couldn't keep letting his son study by himself, could he? If he had companions of the same age to study with him, perhaps it would make him more lively. Moreover, the first batch of lab rats. The first batch of students would definitely be taught by highly respected old scholars, such as Yuan Jing. As it turned out, Feng Zhen was right. The teacher really did have the mirror of the deep abyss. Jiang Pingji took the opportunity to give them some advice. The children should be divided into classes according to their age and learning progress. Previously, they had already mentioned the division of subjects. Now that they were going to be divided into classes and grades, it was not difficult for Yuan Jing and the others to accept it. In fact, dividing the students into classes was more efficient and targeted than letting all the students study together. After all that, Jiang Pingji suggested to make uniform clothing for the children. Master Yuan Jing was speechless. Why didn't he realize that this student was so good at making trouble? When he asked for the reason, she answered, "It's neat and uniform. It's comfortable to look at." It was a very good and powerful reason. Master Yuan Jing wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he let Jiang Pingji do it. Anyway, she was the one paying for the expenses. What was he worried about? Jiang Pingji let Su Ku and Feng Jin be in charge of the school uniforms. She found a tailor to measure each student's figure. What's missing? What's missing? Oh right, the school badge. Jiang Pingji was inspired. She designed the boys' and girls' uniforms. She even drew 5 flowers made of scales. Looking at the ready-made clothes made by the embroidery mother, Suko almost couldn't control the primitive power in his body. What was the experience of having a squandering lord? One could tell by looking at his current state. His lord wasn't spending money. She was throwing it away. The school uniform and the identity badge were equivalent to 2 months' worth of food for an ordinary family of 4. However, in all fairness, the school uniform that his lord mentioned was quite nice. The school uniform was blue and white. The collar was embroidered with an exquisite and elegant school badge. Every student was also given an identity badge. The basic information of the students was engraved on the front of the badge. On the north side was the school badge designed by Jiang Pingji. The bottom was engraved with cloud patterns. After choosing a good day, 200 students worshipped the portrait of their master and officially enrolled in the school. They learned literature in the morning and martial arts in the afternoon. The contents of the boys' and girls' classes were the same in the morning. It was all in the beginners' textbooks. It was different in the afternoon. The boys learned riding and shooting, while the girls learned the techniques of physical training, grappling, and needlework. The morning arrangements were for them to enter the school at 4:45 in the morning and leave at 4:45 in the afternoon. The afternoon arrangements were for them to enter the school at 4:45 in the morning and leave at 4:45 in the afternoon. If the children lived far away or had difficulties, the academy would also provide dormitories and meals. For this reason, Jiang Pingji specially transferred a good-tempered corporal from the military camp to be a martial arts instructor for the boys. She also asked Jiang Nongqin to transfer a few outstanding and patient female soldiers from the female camp to be the instructors for the girls. The techniques of physical training that the girls learned were the physical training techniques that Jiang Pingji had improved for the female soldiers. The children were still young and very malleable. When this batch of children grew up and the outside world saw the effects of the teaching, the girls' class in the Golden Scale Academy could truly gain a foothold. The blue and white school uniforms that these children wore gradually became a familiar symbol to the people of Xiangyang district. Wei Jingxian, who had finished her official duties for the day, returned home. As soon as she entered the main hall, she saw the boy from Fengzhen's family reprimanding Changxing rigidly. Changxing, who was dressed in red, still had her head lowered. She stuck out her tongue and licked the bee sugar coating on the outside of the hawthorn fruit until it was wet. What situation was this? You can't leave the manor as you wish in the future. There are more and more outsiders and the security in the district is not as good as before. Changxing has a wet nurse. After saying that, she slurped again. Sparkling saliva hung from the corner of her mouth. The sugar coating on the hawthorn fruit in her hand had also been licked away. That won't do. It was still dangerous for the elderly, the weak, women, and children to encounter sudden incidents. Changxing pouted, tears quickly gathered in her watery eyes. After a while, she cried out loud. Wei Jingxian laughed and carried Changxing up from the table. She said to Feng Yi, Changxing is pestering you again. Feng Yi shook his head. You can only blame Changxing for not being sensible and delaying your studies. Feng Yi said, the teacher's teachings are very simple. It was not considered a delay. No matter what, he was a child who started learning at the age of 3 and was personally taught by Feng Zhen. Feng Yi had a solid foundation. The content that the teacher taught was not difficult for him. Therefore, he still sought additional homework from the teacher during his spare time. Feng Yi, I love learning. Learning makes me happy. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.